the important part of these things, I think, in terms of lasting impact is, it's set up to have a lot of energy fed into the white guy at the front of the room. But the real deal is the community, not in some airy sense, but in the sense that someone in this room has what you need or knows how to get it. And since we look like everybody else in society, more or less, I view these events as coming out parties of a sort. And if you actually connect with the people around you, it probably sets you up for a long-term involvement with these things. Hopefully it doesn't set you up for anything else. You do have to use your native intelligence. More and more over the years, the motivation for these things has been simply to bring people together who have an interest in consciousness alteration and talk about the implications, the methods, the materials, and the ethnographic and social context of it. And the group sort of sets the agenda. I mean, some groups, it's recipe exchange time, and it's very much down on the practical, nitty-gritty level, new plants, new techniques. And that's very useful. Other groups, it's implications. I mean, what does this mean? It is a very curious category of human experience. The only thing I can compare it to is human sexuality, but the differences are vast because human sexuality is pretty much scripted into the biology of each one of us. In other words, it's unlikely that you're going to get to the grave without having some kind of confrontation or exploration of your sexuality. It is entirely possible to go to the grave without ever coming near to psychedelics or even having heard about it. Yet, once you encounter it, you see that this is an aspect or an activity as informing of what it means to be human as something as inimical to our nature as sexuality. So it's sort of the secret agenda of the brain-mind system, or the secret agenda of the human organism. Why, perturbed by the tertiary constituents of some few species of plants, does the human mind break forth with Niagaras of alien beauty? It doesn't make evolutionary sense. It seems, as Aldous Huxley said of it, a gratuitous grace. What he meant by that was it's neither necessary nor sufficient for salvation, but it's a wonderful kick in the pants anyway. It's like a freebie from nature. And culture, at least the culture that we're living in, has over centuries, in fact a couple millennia, become tremendously phobic about this aspect of what it is to be human. They're also, it bears pointing out, fairly phobic about sexuality too. It's just that they've never figured out a way to regulate it the way they can regulate this. If they could make it illegal, they would, Instead, that such things as having people close their eyes when they undress so they're not subject to temptation. I mean, this went on in the cult that I escaped from, which was the Roman Catholic Church. And this has been going on for a long, long time, this perturbation of consciousness with plants and the exploration of these magical dimensions. Nevertheless, it seems to me, anyway, that it has a potential role in the planetary crisis, that somehow the nature of the crisis is in some sense psychological. In other words, we have the technology to save ourselves. We have the financial base. We have the tools of mass communication and propaganda and so forth. But what we lack is the will to change our minds. You know, we're trying to deal with a global situation on the brink of self-immolation, and we're doing it with the brains of Stone Age hunters. And it's astonishing that we've gotten as far as we have. I mean, you know, if you think that human beings are sort of the little brothers of the angels, then it's a pretty screwed up situation. But the fact of the matter is that human beings are some kind of advanced form of primate. And when you think about that, and that we hurl instruments outside the solar system, we can, if so inclined, call down the processes that light the stars in heaven down upon the cities of our enemies. Monkeys, you know, first cousin to the groundhog and the chipmunk, doing things like this is an extraordinary situation. Mind, you know, our whole culture is lived out in the light of the myth that everything is understood and that everything is as it appears, that the surface is everything. In order to maintain that fiction, an extraordinary intellectual sleight of hand has to be performed, because what has to be denied is the magical nature of the perceiver, and that's oneself. If this planet were simply the habitat of sperm whales, hummingbirds, and termites, then Darwinian evolutionary mechanics, as modified by molecular genetics, would be sufficient to explain what's going on this planet. But the extraordinary manifestation of cognitive ability in one species has created a situation that is entirely outside the domain of evolutionary theory. We are the anomalous factor in the natural world. Something happened to us a couple of million years ago, not that long ago, and an animal species, an advanced animal species, of which there have been many in the history of the earth, began to fall under the influence of a kind of attractor, a kind of, in the same way that iron filings will arrange themselves into a complex pattern when a magnet is brought near them, like under the surface of a piece of paper that they're resting on, the human species began to organize itself at the behest of a kind of invisible field that was penetrating into this species. And what came out of this is what's called epigenetic process. Epigenetic means processes not under the control of genes. Now, in nature, you have epigenetic processes at the inorganic level. We would call the dynamics of the sun epigenetic, or the dynamics of continental drift, or desert building, or volcanism. These are epigenetic processes. But we established an epigenetic foothold at the other end of the spectrum, in the domain of conceptuality. And for 100,000 years at least, the human form has not been physically modified in any dramatic fashion. They have human skeletons from the Classis River cave mouth site in South Africa, 100,000 years old, people indistinguishable from modern humans. And yet, in that 100,000 years, we have reinvented ourselves over and over and over again. First as goddess-worshipping nomads practicing an orgiastic religion and following our flocks across the plains of Africa. Then as city builders in the Middle East, dominated by kingship and obsessed with agriculture and monotheism. Then as pantheistic philosophers with a penchant for metaphysical speculation, the whole Hellenistic world, then a new phase of imperialism, so forth and so on. And this is simply, I'm just following the Western thread of development. So the elaboration of languages, cultural forms, styles of ornament, all of these things represent something entirely new on the face of nature. And imagine, I mean, the planet has existed for 4.5 billion years. And, you know, all kinds of evolutionary surges have taken place. The age of the Crossoctorigian fishes, the age of amphibians, the Carboniferous forests of the Pennsylvanian, the era of the sauropods, the age of mammals, so forth and so on. All of these things have come and gone without intelligence being called out of nature. But for some reason, it happened to us. I'm not going to discuss it this evening. If somebody wants to ask a question about it tomorrow, I can sketch for you why I think psychedelics had a role in human emergence. But that's not my point this evening. My point this evening is simply the fact of the matter, the fact that consciousness is inexplicable, and it is the confounding of the very reductionist theories that it itself has generated. Science, beginning from the time of the Greeks, the method was basically to attack the simplest problems first. So, you know, questions like what is matter? This we made great strides with. Questions like what is language were not even seriously asked until the 19th century and only began to be answered in the 20th century. The mind, as an object of psychology, is a study really less than 100 years old, or approximately 100 years old. So reductionism solved the simple problems first. Science is no better at providing final answers than is astrology or voodoo or any other self-consistent intellectual system. And where we've gotten into trouble is that science, based on its bauble production capacity, has claimed a kind of preeminence among intellectual systems, so that all models of the universe are supposedly to be submitted to science for it to pass judgment upon. This is really a mistake. It's a naive understanding of what the intellectual enterprise is. The best you can ask of a theory is that it be self-consistent on its own terms. So astrology is self-consistent on its own terms. Homeopathy is self-consistent on its own terms. Science, mathematics, but no one of these systems can claim preeminence to judge the others. I mention this because I think part of what being psychedelic is about, the real shock of psychedelics, comes from the realization of the relativity of cultural positions, that nothing is really secure. Every society that has ever lived or flourished on this planet has assumed that it had a model of reality that was 95% correct, and that the missing 5% would be provided in the next 20 years. And every society that held that assumption was wrong. We now, from our exalted position on the pyramid of epistemic enterprise, can make that judgment. But what we don't get is that must mean then that we too are whistling past the graveyard, and that these fine models that we entertain will, from the vantage point of some future world, appear as quaint, as contrived, and as cramped as the medieval cosmology or the Sumerian mythology appears to us today. Well, so then the deal is that life is some kind of an opportunity to basically indulge yourself in the exploration of circumstance, what Wittgenstein called the present at hand. And everyone is born into a preconceived modality of what the present at hand is. You inherit this from your culture. You're educated into it. And it's possible to never question that and then to operate within the values of that system. So if it makes a premium of being a good warrior, you learn to kill cleanly. If it makes an idol of being able to amass vast amounts of money, then you do that, and then you gain the respect of the culture. But at a certain point, for people above a certain level of intelligence, which is not that high, I might add, the question arises as to, just how real and enduring these cultural values are. And at that point, you're set up to melt down the culturally inherited mind and attempt to recast it into something with which you can be more comfortable. And this is where the psychedelics come in. Over the course of the weekend, we'll talk about them in different ways. But at the beginning, I like to talk about them in the simplest way possible and say, I had a professor, actually some of you may have read his books, Paul Feyerabend, and he used to say to us in Epistemology 101, I'll teach you to recognize the truth, and I'll teach you what's so great about it. And the second question is much more interesting than the first. Well, psychedelics are like that, looked at generically, where we're not concerned with the particularized exotica of your trip or my trip, but looked at on the scale of 1,000 or 10,000 trips. What is generally true is that these things dissolve boundaries. And this turns out to be tremendously important, because the only other points in life where boundaries are dissolved is at the brink of the yawning grave, and at orgasm, and at the edge of sleep. And dissolution of boundary is somehow the precondition for understanding reality. It's a paradox, and we will meet many paradoxes, because the effort to create intellectual closure in any system is again a product of intellectual infantilism. The truth about reality is that nowhere is it writ large that monkeys should be able to elicit a final understanding of it. I mean, if you met a termite whose goal was to understand reality, you would think this was a charming naivete. Well, but I've got news for you. The difference between you and a termite cast against that enterprise is precisely zilch. So what sophisticated people, whatever that means, learn to do is live with unanswered questions, live without closure. It's not unusual in a physics experiment to, from theory, be able to predict an experimental result to 3 decimal points of accuracy. So all of the sciences aspired to this level of mathematical precision and formality. Meanwhile, physics, moving ahead of the pack, moved into the domain of the microphysical, and all that precision fell to pieces. And it was revealed that at that level, particles are both wave and compressed object. Time runs backward. Causality is slewed. Particles virtually penetrate energy thresholds that they can't get over. I mean, it is a funhouse of paradoxical effects. And I think that I saw a videotape of a discussion that illuminated all this. Some of you may have seen this book that was published last year called Consciousness Explained by Danit. It should have been called Consciousness Explained Away. It was really a stupid book. I picked it up, and this is my test for books on the origin of consciousness. You just flip to the index to drugs, and if there's no entry, you don't give up yet. You look at psychedelic, and if there's no entry, save your money, folks, because no theory of consciousness is going to be worth anything that doesn't come to terms with the perturbation of consciousness by drugs. Anyway, I saw Danit in conversation with a physicist on Dutch TV, and Danit was saying, I just want to eliminate the idea that the brain is magical material. And the physicist turned to him and said, but don't you realize, my dear fellow, we physicists have now established that matter is magical material. And so that's where that discussion was left. As this realization of the paradoxicality implicit in all phenomenon rolls back into the sciences, the life sciences I'm talking about now, I think the psychedelics will become much more interesting, and the data that they produce will become much more assimilable. The thing that got me into this in the beginning, I mean, other than that I was a hedonist and I like to get loaded and this and that, but the philosophical thing was this question of, it began basically as just the simple question of the source of the visions. Because trying to think with a certain degree of intellectual cleanness, you can see that there is no reason why every single one of us should have locked in our brain a Niagara of visual beauty. What is it doing there? Evolution teaches us that organismic architectures must be efficient, that a species that wastes energy on the retention of an organ or a chemical system or a behavior that does not promote survival is an organism on the way to being eliminated from life's competitive game. Well, why then, a 1.5 billion years after life started, do we each have this innate capacity to produce more art, more beauty in an 1.5-hour episode of hallucination than the entire species has produced in 15,000 years of artistic endeavor? Doesn't make any sense in evolutionary terms unless it's not in the organism, this data. Unless the argument that evolutionary mechanics are impinging on this data is a false argument. This relates to, and this is sort of a subset of the neurophysiological problems that reflect on psychedelics, but the problem of memory. Memory is a real problem for reductionist physiologists, because it's well understood that in the course of a 70-year lifetime, you will swap out every atom in your body except neural DNA 7 or 8 times. And yet there are 80-year-old people who, with no difficulty at all, can remember the smell of their grandmother's dress when, as a 3-year-old, she used to take them into her lap. How is this possible? Where is the memory trace that it can survive all of this cycling of material? A physicalist would want to claim that it must be in the neural DNA, but geneticists have such a limited definition of the kinds of information that can be stored in DNA that they totally heap scorn on the idea that you could, for example, store a phone number or an odor or a line of poetry in DNA. They say you've missed the concept. You don't realize what the information in DNA is protein sequence information, nothing else. If true, then that hands back to everybody the problem of memory. Is it possible then that memory is somehow stored outside the body? Of course, this sounds radical, but you have to remember, to the 19th century, action at a distance was thought to be magic. The notion that 100 years into the future the world would be bathed in an ocean of UHF, VHF, radio, TV, and other forms of electromagnetic information carrying data everywhere would have been totally occult to the 19th century. They would not have been able to conceive of that. Our paradigm, our scientific paradigm, is obviously in need of serious revision, and where the exhibits can be elucidated that make this point most strongly is in psychological and mental phenomena, and within that domain, it's the perturbation of the brain-mind system by psychedelics that is most dramatic. Another point on this breakdown of physics thing, to preserve its enterprise even in a diminished form, what the physicists have had to do is make a place in their theorizing for the observer. The observer becomes very important to these quantum mechanical processes, and in fact outcomes are affected by the interaction with the observer. The reason psychologists have been so standoffish with psychedelics is because they were operating under an earlier scientific paradigm where the observer was thought to be a kind of godlike point of view outside the system. Now the news comes from physics that there is no such thing as outside the system, that that's an intellectual fiction, again based on naivete. This seems to me to open the door for legitimate taking of psychedelics by the researchers who are then going to describe their effects on other people or their pharmacokinetics or any other parameter of these substances. And finally, I think that the model of psychedelics that I've come to rest with after operating with the others, and I'll briefly enumerate them. This isn't an exhaustive list, but the approaches to psychedelics, one of the earliest ones was the madness model, or the psychotomimetic model. This said, madness must be chemically based. These chemicals are pseudo and near neurotransmitters. They must mimic madness. The obvious conclusion from believing that is that you would then go and look at the cerebrospinal fluid of insane people, and you should find psychedelic molecules this has turned out to be incredibly frustrating, and in fact it's basically been abandoned. DMT, for example, which you would, if you were naive, you would just assume, I think, that human madness might be related to DMT. And DMT does occur in human metabolism, but not at elevated levels in schizophrenics, and not in any way correlated to any other pathology. So that was one model, the madness model. Then a more friendly model was the sort of the Freudian / Jungian model, that there is a portion of our mental life called the unconscious, which is hidden from the ordinary inspection of the conscious mind, and that on psychedelics you access portions of this. In the Freudian variety, it's all about repressed sexual stuff and wish fulfillment and what he called day residues, meaning jumbled memories of recent experience. I think the Jungian, except in the case of LSD, which is a rather Freudian drug, actually. In other words, you do recover memories of childhood episodes of abuse, and you do realize that you've been treating people badly and so forth. It seems addressed to the psychodynamics of the self. The Jungian model is a broader model because it says, again, countervailing these geneticists who say DNA only contains protein sequencing information, the Jungians want to say that there is a race memory, a collective unconscious, that you can go deep into the self and reach beyond personal memory and personal trauma to racial memory and racial trauma, and ultimately, by a process of following these genetic trees, all life, all of the Gaian biosphere becomes available. So that's another model. A model that is closer to my presupposition, but not sufficiently formal, I guess would be the word, is shamanism. Shamanism, as probably most of you know, is the worldwide Paleolithic religion of ecstasis and magical curing. That is how religion was practiced for the first 1,000,000 years, before weasels got hold of it, and substituted dogma for experience. I mean, that's the real difference between shamanism and other religious enterprises, is there is no such thing as shamanic theology. Shamanism is experience. And I, for a long time, found that the most satisfying model. It's even though shamanism is archaic, in a sense, that's almost a science fiction model, because what the shamanic model is saying is that there is a parallel universe or universes of some sort, and that you can, by ascending some kind of cosmic axis, it differs from culture to culture. It's like an elevator in reality, and you discover there are these different planes you can visit and acquire power and cut deals and become a curer and transcend cultural limitation. The model that I've come to favor, that is more radical, I guess, in its implications, because it takes the phenomenon more seriously, is the model that is largely mathematical. In other words, saying that the proper way to talk about the psychedelic experience is in the vocabulary of non-Euclidean and higher plane geometry. The notion being something like this, that the mind is a multidimensional manifold of some sort, but it takes the shape of its vessel in the same way that a liquid takes the shape of its vessel. And because we are animals of meat and sinew, the circumstance into which mind must pour itself is a situation of evolutionary competition and constant threat. And so in our species, mind has developed into a kind of all-purpose threat detection device. The correlation of intelligence to paranoia ought to prove this. So what mind does for us is it's constantly calculating the odds of danger and physical attack and strategy of response and so forth and so on. But that is not the essence of mind. That is the response of mind to being contained or constrained by this lower dimensional space. And when you take a psychedelic in silent darkness, where there's no extraneous parameters forcing themselves in upon you, the mind unfolds itself. Or another way to think of it would be, there are certain compounds in organic and inorganic chemistry that have more than one crystal formation. At a certain temperature, they crystallize and have a certain crystalline geometry. But if you keep raising the temperature, sulfur will do this, for example. It reliquefies. Then at a yet higher temperature, it recrystallizes again. This is how I think of mind, that put through the crucible of the psychedelic experience, and I use this kind of alchemical terminology deliberately, put through the crucible of the psychedelic experience, the mind becomes fluid and then is recast in a higher dimensional manifold. This is why, you see, what's always claimed of shamanism by shamans is that they violate ordinary causality. And what that means is they can see who stole the chicken or who ran away with the game or who's philandering who. Now, anthropologists dismiss this and say, oh, these people are naive about causality and ordinary epistemic categories and so forth and so on. But that's not what's happening. They actually do these things. Anybody who spends time with shaman will become aware, not of spectacular magic, not of, Carlos Castaneda-style dances in the waterfalls and appearing 500 miles away from where you started 10 minutes later, but a very subtle kind of magic, all of which can be reduced to that these people have a slight hyperspatiality to their relationship to time. In the ordinary experience is a point-like experience of the now. These shamans seem to diffuse their consciousness and are actually running slightly ahead of everybody else. This is why shamans are always associated with weather prediction. Because you only have to have a leg up 24 hours to produce spectacular weather prediction. This is why shamans know where the game went, because they see where the game went. And it doesn't seem that far-fetched when you think about the fact that, from one point of view, all biology is about the conquest of dimensionality. This is a statement that is consistent from ourselves sitting here this evening down to the first protobiotic slimes on clay banks in the Archaeozoic. Life conquers dimensions. The earliest forms of life were fixed in space. They were point-like. They had no organs of sense at all. Then what came was motility, but still no extended perceptors. Life literally felt its way. Then light-sensitive pigmentation sequestered itself on the surfaces of primitive organisms, and they established a light gradient, a sense of here and there. Notice that to have a sense of here and there, you have to have a sense of time, which is another dimension. You are claiming that dimension and integrating it into your description of the world. Higher order animals simply build on that conquest of spatiality until you get to highly advanced primates, and then you get language. And language is clearly a strategy for escaping from the point-like nature of the present, because with language you can command the past and you can strategically anticipate the future. So your existence is extended in a geometric sense. Now, I think this in the same way that you all know the cliche, ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny. In that spirit, then, culture is now recapitulating the individual journey toward hyperdimensionality. And culture is about to go hyperdimensional. That's what is creating the crisis at the end of history. The reason history is ending is because it's a linear enterprise, and it's about to be phased out. Psychedelics make all of this operationally potentized, usable. In other words, it isn't just simply a wrap of some sort. It's a roadmap. It's a way of relating to reality. And as the weekend goes forward, we'll explore the implications of this for ourselves personally, as a tool for personal growth, and as a cultural metaphor, which is sort of what I have tried to bring to the psychedelic thing that other people haven't. Ultimately, I see it as a culture-transforming engine. But of course, the elements of culture are individuals, and to the degree that individuals psychedelicize themselves, they force this process forward into completion. And I feel that there's a certain urgency about this, or there may be a certain urgency about it. In any case, it has a moral imperative, which may sound strange since it's illegal and inveighed against and excoriated as a vice and degradation. But nevertheless, if consciousness doesn't loom large in the human future, then it is not a human future. You know, nature is looking with hard eyes at this little experiment launched with the melting of the glaciers. We consider the dinosaurs a failure. For 100 million years, they were the masters of the planet. We've pulled our act together in the last 1,000,000 years, and we're already staring extinction in the face. And yet, the enterprise of intelligence is without precedent in the organic world. I mean, where are you going to get Milton? Where are you going to get Einstein? Where are you going to get Bach and Duccio and all the rest of the gang out of a world of hummingbirds, chipmunks, and glaciers? So I don't think we should sell ourselves short. We are not epiphenomenal. We are the trigger species on this planet. We are now basically directing and impacting on the entire biome of the planet. The implications of this have yet to be worked out. We don't know whether we're witnessing a rush toward extinction or whether we are setting ourselves up for a leap into a higher order of reality. Psychedelics, I think, exist not only to birth this process, but to also assuage the anxiety that is connected with it. Because it is a phase transition of major magnitude. I don't think it's the yawning grave, but I also don't think you're going to take your Ferrari with you. It's going to be tight indeed getting through this narrow neck, and what lies beyond it is as incomprehensible to us as a future life as a collector of mogul miniatures and stockbrokering would be to a fetus trapped in the birth canal. You know, when you're trapped in the birth canal, it just looks like suffocation, strangulation, termination, death. You cannot conceive that it is a necessary initiation to a higher order of existence. Yes.
Regarding, you said last night that you would today touch on, basically, if somebody, you raised the question, which I am, but on the mushrooms' role in the communication process, basically the food God's theory. You said, if I want to ask the question today.
Okay. Yes, well, the book that I did for Bantam called Food of the Gods, I sort of thought of as a Trojan horse for anthropology, because I had a conscious political agenda, which was I wanted to insinuate the notion of psychedelics as necessary to human evolution. I wanted to insinuate that idea into orthodox anthropology and primate evolutionary theory. So I wrote a book addressed to the larger world, in other words, in an academic style with footnotes and so forth and so on, arguing that the way to account for our peculiar predicament in nature, in other words, that we are obviously some kind of animal, but yet carrying this enormous proclivity for code generation and manipulation of material. I mean, we are literally the idea-excreting animal. We don't make honeycombs and coral reefs. We make transistors and automobiles and skyscrapers and aircraft and all of this stuff. That our predicament in nature can only be explained by some extraordinary confluence of unusual forces. And orthodox evolutionary theory, when it comes to human emergence, basically fails. Nobody has a clue because it happened so quickly. The human brain doubled in size in 1.5 million years. The anthropologist, evolutionary biologist Lumholtz calls this the most dramatic modification of a major organ of a higher animal in the entire fossil record. And it cannot be explained by evolutionary theory as Darwinian theory as modified by molecular genetics, to the great embarrassment of these concerns, because it is, after all, the organ which generated this theory. A point not to be lost sight of, you see. So my notion was that there must have been an extraordinary catalytic interaction of some sort that had to be driven by some kind of factor in the environment. And bipedalism, binocular vision, incipient language, complex pack signaling, all of this comes together at a moment of dietary crisis in our remote ancestors, because as we left the arboreal canopy of the climaxed rainforests, which were under climatological retreat at that time, that's why we were leaving, we had to switch our diet from being fruitarian and insectivorous. There was suddenly, that was all very difficult to obtain. And the bit in nature is that animals tend to specialize foods as a strategy for avoiding mutagenic influence in the environment. In other words, if you only eat one thing and you have enzyme systems designed to guard you against any toxin present in that food, then you can hold the level of chemically induced mutation to a low level. If you're an omnivore, you're at high risk for toxicologically induced mutational stress. And when we went into this food experimental phase, one of the foods that we surely would have encountered was psilocybin mushrooms, because ungulate animals, proto-cattle, were evolving in this same African grassland environment. Psilocybin, to my mind, is uniquely positioned environmentally and pharmacologically to be the trigger enzyme for this induction of consciousness into this advanced hominid. The reasons are that, the first reason is purely physiological, that low doses of psilocybin increase visual acuity. And this would have tremendous impact on an animal that was surviving through predation. On low doses of psilocybin, your sensitivity to edge detection, which means movement of an animal in a grassland environment at a distance, is up to 20% more sensitive than in an unstoned human being. The guy who discovered this, Roland Fisher, said to me when I discussed it with him, he said, "So you see, here is a case where taking a drug definitely gives you a more accurate picture of reality than if you had avoided the drug. It's just a perfect proof of it." Well, at higher doses, psilocybin induces group sexual activity, orgy, because it causes arousal. If any of you are primatologists, you probably know that we are very closely related to chimpanzees, and that then there is a second set of chimpanzees, a species or subspecies, there's argument about it, called bonobos. And the sexual style of these two brands of chimpanzees could hardly be more different. The ordinary chimpanzee, it's all about male dominance, female control, suppression of homosexuality, just to, the bit. And the bonobos are like polymorphically sexual and pansexual. And just, a complete ongoing party all the time. And the genetic difference between these two species is very, very slight, but the behavioral difference is tremendous. And more, as you approach the realm of consciousness, behavior becomes what is being modified rather than the physical expression. The third... that behaviors are modified, but organs and general physical presentation isn't. And the third level of catalytic action by psilocybin in terms of evolution is that it triggers cognition, whatever that means. It also triggers glossolalia, spontaneous displays of language-like activity. And I imagine that the secret to understanding the emergence of language is to realize that language was fully developed before meaning was attached to it. That it's an abstract expressionist activity for most of the history of its use, and only in the past 50,000 years or so has it been enslaved to the concept of symbolic activity. The mystery of our position in nature has to do with the fact that, let me put it this way. All primates, clear back to squirrel monkeys and lemurs, have dominance hierarchies, male dominance hierarchies. What this means is that the young, hard-bodied, long-fanged males control everybody, the elderly, the females, the young, homosexuals. Everybody is under the control. And what happened to us as a species, by design or accident, is another issue which we can discuss. But what happened to us is that for perhaps as long as 1 million years, by including psilocybin in the diet, we inhibited this tendency to form these dominance hierarchies. That's what the group sex was all about. It represents a boundary dissolution. You see, in an orgiastic society, lines of male paternity cannot be traced. Consequently, men do not own children in those kinds of societies. The loyalty of men goes to the group, the children of the group, and it forms a much more cohesive social mind, if you will. We functioned like this for perhaps 150,000 years in the light of consciousness. What was happening on the African plain was a slow migration of behaviors and habits toward the domestication of cattle. It began, you see, with our truly primitive hominid ancestors, probably just following along behind these large herds of ungulate animals, living on lion kills and stuff like that. But by what following along behind cattle means is a familiarity with manure. And what that means is mushrooms in a tropical grassland environment. And over the millennia, the cattle, the mushrooms, and the human beings were drawn into a tighter and tighter symbiosis, so that at the melting of the last glaciers 22,000 years ago, from then until about 10,000 BC, what you actually had was a kind of partnership paradise, and the actual moment of human archaic fulfillment, when men and women and human beings and the environment and everything was in balance for perhaps 10,000 years. And in that period, and it was not dramatic, I don't mean to imply that, it was a process stretched out over the last 100,000 years. In that period, the things that make us most human and most different from animal existence were put in place. Things like music, art, altruism, theater, dance, poetry, play, technology, all of these things came into being. Well then, when the mushroom religion faded and human populations blossomed out over the planet and the Sahara turned dry and the cradle was emptied, these pharmacologically suppressed patterns of male dominance reasserted themselves. I mean, there was literally a reversion to a set of behaviors that had been chemically suppressed for a very, very long time. And you get then control of women by men, classism, xenophobia, warfare, the whole set of screwball institutions that have pushed us to the brink of Armageddon come into play right then, when we grew beyond the bounds of this symbiotic relation with psilocybin. So that was the
chimpanzee strain that you discussed is still have. Is that current? Is that that strain of Danit, whatever you call it? Is that still
Bonubo?
Where psilocybin still grows and they still live on it?
No. None of these primates are grassland creatures. This was a unique human thing, probably because what happened was the forest environments in which we were at climax turned into islands. And the only environment available, they were islanded by grassland, the only environment available. And as the resource base in the canopy shrank, there was real pressure to explore this new environment. Grasslands are very recent. I mean, all the species of the grasslands can be found in the forest understory. And the forest itself is, has many orders of magnitude more species than the grasslands, yeah.
There's a lot of people that say that the change happened when extraterrestrials came down and influenced the primates. Do you have any feeling?
Well, there was a little genuflection to that in my rap when I said, whether by chance or design, our remote ancestors contacted the mushroom. If you want to, the extraterrestrials are in a sense an unnecessary hypothesis, because it could have been perfectly chance that we encountered these mushrooms in the environment. The fact that they are so extraterrestrial in presentation. Actually, I was thinking about this 2 nights ago in the middle of the night, and Alan Bediner and I got quite excited because I saw more clearly than I'd ever seen before how this extraterrestrial pharmacology deal might work. And it's something like this. Imagine that you are an extraterrestrial with an incredibly advanced technical understanding of life, matter, so forth and so on, so that you can essentially produce anything at the technological level. And for some reason you want to contact a primate on the 3rd planet of a G-type star off on the edge of Baboon Wazoo. And so then, but you're advanced, you're millions of years in advance of us, and you have advanced ethics and so forth and so on. So what you can't do, nor would it be fruitful, is to land trillion-ton beryllium ships in the center of North Dakota and hand out a cancer cure or something like that. So it doesn't work like that. What you want to do is you want to have a contact with this species, but you don't want it to be invasive at all, and you don't, in a sense, even want the species to realize that the contact is, in fact, that. And so you come and by some means you study the situation on this planet that you want to penetrate. And what comes to you is you say, well, they have a curious lacuna in their epistemology. They intoxicate themselves chemically and do not apply the ordinary rules of evidentiary completion to these episodes of intoxication. Therefore, we will design a chemical approach. We will seed ourselves into the environment and place ourselves in a dimension where they only encounter us in this domain of sanctioned peculiarity. In other words, we will hide behind the pink elephants, and then because it is like that. It is very much like that. Any of you have dealt with the mushroom. I mean, it presents itself. It's incredibly kind to the beginner. And it presents itself in this cheerful, almost nursery-like, almost absurdly beguiling kind of modality. It's like, welcome, come in. We're all having fun here. You come too. Orange juice? But as time goes on, you learn that no surface is the bottom. And that it has these aspects to its personality. And I think that, I don't know, I just saw with great clarity the other night how this would be the strategy of a supermind. It would not come in 3D. It would come through the mental dimension. It would either come through dream or it would come through an intoxication of some sort. And shamanism, these people have adjusted to this. I mean, this is the faith of shamanism. For 100,000 years, people have been going into trance and talking to spirits. And, we only got rid of this notion 300 years ago in a civilization so ass backward that we're murdering the planet. So how sure can we be that this concept of spirit doesn't actually hold some water? Yeah.
So what use would the contact be unless the primate race knew they were being contacted?
Well, it's deepening is what's happening. Whatever this thing is, it's patient. And it's willing to take 1,000,000 years to reveal its true agenda. So what it starts out is it says, you can be my friend. I'll tell you what the weather is going to be next week. I'll tell you where the reindeer have gone. you can use this information to become a high mucky-muck in your social group. And furthermore, I will tell you how to set bones, how to treat disease, so forth and so on. So what it is they're meme traders. They trade knowledge for what? That's the question. Involvement. They want involvement. They are somehow running the connection. We aren't. In other words, they decided to initiate it. They designed these compounds or somehow insinuated themselves into this mental dimension. They have a plan. We don't know the plan. And it seems to be, in a nutshell, something about the condensation of the word. Their program is a program of linguistic reformation. They are the bearers of the news that language can become a thing seen. They are the purveyors of a higher order of the logos. And, what all this means is very hard to say. Science is, in a sense, sold us short in this dimension. I mean, we're not in as opportune a position to understand this as rainforest ayahuasqueros are, or pygmies singing in the rainforest. It's really hard for us to come back into what this is all about. Yeah.
Would you clarify, is the mushroom the messenger, or is that this other race? I'm a little unclear on that.
Well, I mean, it's hard. I'm a little unclear on it myself. I'm the kid who took the radio apart to find the little people. And I learned from that experience that, I think of the mushroom as the transmitter. But it may be the alien itself. I mean, it's very hard to say. We've had this discussion before about how that since 1950 we've been aware of the existence of DNA. And we already, some 40, 50 years later, whatever it is, are on the brink of the human gene sequencing project. Well, any species which could claim intelligence part of intelligence, by definition, I would think, is knowing your complete genetic sequence. And what that places in your hands is the possibility of designing yourself. And when you take that point of view and look at the mushroom may have started out as a gorilla or a salamander or a coral reef or anything else. But at some point in its evolutionary history, it took conscious control of what it looks like. And so here it is. It's the perfect organism. All fungi are what are called primary decomposers. They only live on dead matter. Comparing that to vegetarianism looks like an orgy of slaughter compared to this style of relating to the environment. And then, it has this cobwebby structure. It touches reality so lightly, and yet it can spread through acres. It can weigh more than a sperm whale. It is so tenacious that probably the star itself would have to explode to eliminate fungi from this planet. So it's a strange contradiction of enormous endurance and strength. The spores can percolate through interstellar space, and yet, it's diaphanous, ephemeral, hardly more than a cobweb. Yeah.
You talked yesterday about anguishing the unspeakable, or someone used that terminology. Have you ever really thought about the story that you're telling, or can you articulate it like in a circular, acausal kind of way rather than a typical story? Like, something about the very nature of what we're talking about seems like there's a whole other way, a deeper way see this? Like we want to talk about time like as if it's a line, and time sure doesn't look that way to me on psilocybin. If anyone else here knows what I'm talking about, is there some other way that we can protect ourselves?
Well, actually, the notes I made this morning for talking in case questions didn't carry us home to Mama was had to do with this, a psychedelic cosmology.
So we want to talk about this happened, this caused this.
No.
There's a lot of big holes.
See, I think that what psychedelic thinking can contribute to that kind of question is the realization that time is not driven by causality. The big news is that teleology has to return to models of how reality works. What I mean by teleology is purpose. And let me explain briefly the history of this problem. When Darwin invented evolution in the 19th century, it was possible to call yourself an English intellectual and actually believe that the planet came into existence on September the 4th, 4004 BC. That was a respectable intellectual opinion in British parlors of 1850. Darwin, the whole intellectual world was under the spell of deism, the idea of that the universe was the creation of a benevolent God who was guiding it from its birth to its death. And Darwin opposed this and said in the phenomenon of random mutation and natural selection, no plan, no purpose, no end state is being sought. And the word evolution, strangely enough, has come to mean progress. But in the 19th century, it meant the opposite of progress. Evolution meant change without progress, because progress implies that you are vectoring on some kind of goal. And the idea was that nature was not vectoring on some kind of goal. It was simply a proliferation of form. The problem is, and they took that to the limit in order to overthrow deism. And it probably was a necessary episode in Western intellectual history. But it is now dragging us back. We've gotten rid of God. We don't, as a secular society, we don't have the benevolent God that the 19th century was laboring under. But we need to preserve this concept of purpose. And where it's coming from in secular scientific and mathematical thinking is in the domain of chaos dynamics and the concept of attractors, which are maximizable goals in the in the evolution of a system, but that lie forward in time. And I maintain that in order to understand what is happening on this planet, you have to begin to play with a kind of dynamical attractor notion. What has happened to us as a species, let's just pick a date, let's say 1 million years ago, the tractor beam of the alien latched onto us. And from that moment, we have been moved inexorably through a script that has drawn us deeper and deeper and deeper into an involvement with matter, into global connectivity, into the elaboration of codes and symbols. These are all things which the animal world knows nothing of on the scale that we are involved in these things. History is the distortion of animal life that goes on for about 25,000 years before an animal species is transmogrified into something incomprehensible. The nature of the alien contact is human history. That's the footprint of the fact that ordinary biological and geological processes on this planet have been intersected by something that is coming from another dimension. And the reason it's so hard for us to see is because, we're so ephemeral. I mean, we live 70 years and then we're gone. And until very recently, there were no historical records. I mean, we're just beginning to put in place a picture of how weird our circumstance actually is. Human history is a phase transition of incredible brevity. It is inconceivable to think of human history meandering forward 500, 1,000, 5,000 years into the future. How can it be when we're already talking about turning ourselves into fruit flies and downloading ourselves into gold ytterbium cubes buried at the heart of Copernicus or something like that? With stuff like that on the agenda, the notion that you could conceive a future 500 years of extrapolation of present trends is impossible. Yeah.
I can't remember which book it was in, but he created this image of the end of time as we know it, or the end of history as we know it, and mankind's ultimate goal being this transcending and leaving the planet. Like, he created a picture of the Earth as the womb at which we would eventually leave. And I had a lot of trouble with that because it kind of made it sound like the whole, like, our body was like this fuel cylinder that we would eventually, like, kind of break away from. There'd be this meeting of heads in space. Or like the image of us in these space pods, watching some sort of three-dimensional Bugs Bunny on a holograph. Meanwhile, waterfalls and the ocean and the mountains are still happening here on Earth. So I kind of got this leery kind of feel when I read that, and it was kind of like, But
so you want me to talk about that? No, I mean, I agree with you. It's something we always talk about in these get-togethers, that we're coming up on some kind of a bifurcation where we're either going to have to make a choice in favor of waterfalls and pristine beaches, or, our electronic coral reefs that stretch from Boston to Atlanta and stuff like that. And it's very hard. It's a Gnostic choice. The New Age, we always like to get rid of all of our differences. Well, here's one where I don't think you can cut it both ways. Are we the caretakers of the earth? And is it our destiny to preserve all of this and enfold ourselves back into it? Or is that simply like fetal nostalgia for the womb, and we're headed someplace that you can't even wrap your mind around? I don't know. I mean, I think every sane person feels that tension in their personality. Because the techno allure is demonic. I mean, those shiny surfaces and flickering screens, and I mean, it has this weird sadomasochistic glitter coming off of it. That's real. You're not kidding yourself. That is really there. And yet it's coming out of us, And then the preservation of nature. You can think of different scenarios ranging from the very practical. If we really see, the question comes down to reason or faith, or not faith exactly, but reason or miracle. If there is not going to be a miracle, then we are in deep, deep trouble. We've talked in some of these groups about what I call the one woman, one child option. If you don't believe there's going to be a miracle, that might work, because it would cut the Earth's population in half in 40 years. It would liberate women the way no rhetoric or political policy ever could. But that's a response where you still believe in management. You still believe that you are in control of where everything is headed. if in fact what is happening is not that we are the fructifying consequences of original sin or something like that, but that instead nature itself is undergoing some kind of crisis. In other words, we tend to assume that and take responsibility for the crisis on this planet. But it may be that this is what planets are for, that they seed intelligence into the universe in a process that usually leaves that planet a smoking ruin. Because the mushroom said this once to me. I was bemoaning something, and it said, you shouldn't worry. This is what it's like when a species prepares to depart for the stars. I mean, it's not a simple matter to go from picking bananas in the tropical rainforest to building something the size of Manhattan that you propose to propel at 90% of the speed of light out to Alpha Centauri. I mean, it's just hair-raising to even contemplate this kind of thing. So it's a real question. You know, we don't, and probably a question we won't be asked to answer, you know, because the decision is being collectively made every hour of every day by decisions. It may be that stuff like the ozone hole, that we have already passed the fail-safe point. It's just that the news hasn't arrived on your desk yet, but that already the womb is closing behind us. Already the options are being foreshortened by continued lack of response to the crisis. As far as what psychedelics say about this, what they seem to be good for is getting various magnifications on our dilemma. You know, just where are we in the cosmic order of things? The other thing that psychedelics show is this, and science and mathematics now catch up, is the fractal nature of the way things are ordered, which means that, in reference to what was said earlier about the holographic model of memory, the fractal nature of reality means that the transcendental end state has left its trace in every subset of experience. And, you know, this is almost like a rational basis for mysticism. It means that looking for, was it Rumi or who it was that said, you know, looking for God in the cabbages is a purely legitimate enterprise. And in fact, God is in the cabbages and should be easily magnified and extracted therefrom.
How does when you're talking about the alien has latched onto us and is pulling this tractor beam a long time ago, how do you relate your concept of the alien to world religion's concept of the creator, or man's karmic evolution to nirvana or samadhi?
Well,
And that teaching of the alien.
I think what these religions are doing is that they are interacting with this same intuition. The grandiosity comes in the sense that I don't think we're dealing with the God who hung the stars like lamps in heaven, you know, what Milton said. That's some whole other scale. But what we're dealing with is something like the God of biology, that there is something on this planet that we have completely overlooked. I mean, look at the situation. We emerged from, you know, berry picking to photographing Europa in about 1 million years. Well, life has been on this planet, higher animal life. I don't just mean algae and lichens and like that. I mean higher animal life has been running around on this planet for 300 million years. Well, how many biology is a engine of strategies. How many peculiar byways of evolution might be pursued, explored, and then perhaps quenched on that kind of a time scale? So we assume the only kind of intelligence there can be is our kind. But then the psychedelic introduces us, and then we have a limited number of choices. After you fiddle with psilocybin for a while, the question of whether or not there is an alien intelligence becomes moot. There is an alien intelligence. And then the question is, what is it? And the choices are, and maybe you can help me add more, the choices are, it is a straightforward B-movie extraterrestrial of some sort that is, God knows for what reason, but coming at us through this. That's one possibility. It is the Gaian mind in some version of that. In other words, it's the integrated intelligence of the biome of the planet that, because probably of the historical crisis, is actually noticed us and is trying to twiddle our knobs in some dimension we're not even aware of. So that's it. Extraterrestrial, Gaian mind could be some strange technological experiment launched from the future. In other words, since these things can communicate with us, since they seem to have some kind of value system related to our problems, maybe they are human beings of some sort. Perhaps it's a time travel project in some distant century that has decided that the key screw-up occurred in the 20th century and they're going back trying to twiddle the knob. Notice that these theories have greater and lesser levels of elegance, and I'm not advocating any one. Here's one that I think is interesting and mildly alarming. This is the shamanic one. That these that this entity, this contact, whatever it is somehow coming from the afterworld. That this is a project launched from an ecology of souls. That somehow the erasure of the boundary between the living and the dead is what is at stake here. I mean, now this is from, raised as logical positivists, this is the one you would choose last. I think it's much easier to believe in meddling extraterrestrials than that, Uncle Herman and Aunt Fanny are somehow reaching in from the great beyond, yeah.
I've heard you say before, I'm almost certain I've heard you say before, that you can define the they, the alien, the creature, whatever, at particular levels or dosage of hallucinogenic properties. That at precisely 5 measured grams of psilocybin, there lives the pink elephant. I've heard you allude to the fact that not only for you is that a consistent dimension, but that for other people that you compare notes with who do consistent levels, that there are dimensions that are measurable, and that let's now call it alien, consistently show up there.
Well, yeah, that's basically right. I mean, everybody views it through the filter of their own psychology, but everybody views this room through the filter of their own psychology. And it's not that, we assume that it's not that different for each of us. Yeah, I mean, what we're talking about here is a phenomenon that contravenes reason, but that fortunately is replicatable. It's not like camping in cornfields waiting for flying saucers. If you camp in the cornfield and take 6 dried grams, it will find you. Yes. So finally we found a causal relationship, which indicates a new level of the dialogue. You see, always the dialogue before was they could fax you in the form of lights in the sky, messiahs, miracle, but you couldn't fax them. Now there is this peculiar zone that has opened up called the psychedelic zone, the psychic zone, the psychological zone. And of course, we're uncertain of the status of what goes on there ontologically. So you're perfectly free to believe it was just a hallucination. Or you're perfectly free to believe, that it was an ambassadorial contact with an alien mind. Yeah.
Getting back to a couple of things and linking them together, you talk about the afterworld, or the shaman's idea that it comes from a society of souls. And this is one of the possible explanations for what this contact is. And then talking about the soul as the ultimate tool. Another thing that, another idea that goes around in mystical circles is that, and even actually Carlos talks about this, Carlos Castaneda, is that one of the most important things we can do while we're alive is develop a soul and strengthen a soul, and that this is our tool in the afterlife, and that and that all this atmosphere is that because we can't actually strengthen our soul on the other side because there's no friction, there's no positive and negative. So this is the place where we can actually develop an internal, inner, shining body that is separate from this body, but that this body is used as a tool to create that one. So that's one thing I wanted to put out there. And as a possibility, I don't know.
Well, this would be probably a good moment to return to the gentleman's question about hypercarbylation. Yeah, I mean, it isn't only Castaneda. It's a persistent idea worldwide at a certain strata that what life is for is the building and stabilizing and perfecting of an after-death vehicle of some sort, a light body, huh? Well, hypercarbylation, in the book I wrote called True Hallucinations, my brother proposed to essentially treat all this metaphysical baffle garb as actually engineering, the material for an engineering project. And he set out to eminentize the soul, to actually force it to physically appear in nearby physical space as a kind of little spinning disc-shaped object which would follow you around. It would sort of be like a halo. We would enter into a world where there were two kinds of people, those who had gotten their after-death vehicle outside their body and into visible form, and those who were still working on it. And the idea being that this is a union of spirit and matter through the intercession of higher dimensional space. I mean, there's a lot of intellectual and linguistic sleight of hand here. Nobody knows what he's talking about. The problem is that out of such theorizing came tangible consequences. And I still think that really what we need to do now is become actually conscious of the possibility of a technological, I guess that's the word for it, undertaking to give birth to the collective soul of the species. I mean, the flying saucer, which Jung made this very clear, the flying saucer which haunts our collective imagination is a totality symbol that is in the unconscious, but it is moving toward conscious appearance, and its peculiar mercurial interfacing with the observer indicates that it is something on the borderline between the conscious and the unconscious mind. But that's a temporary situation, and conceivably this thing is moving toward us, and it vibrates with the alien, but it is in fact ourselves. And there is a kind of recurso here, where the thing we lost at the descent from Eden is actually, on a collision course, coming back again. This is the idea of the Archaic Revival, that we can really deconstruct reality in a fairly radical way. This is not my idea, by the way. I mean, this is what alchemy turned into And in the 16th century, people like Gerhard Dorn and Robert Flood and John Dee and Michael Sendivorgius and all of these people were on the trail of what they called the lapis, or the philosopher's stone. And it was a place where the normal either-or algebra of reality gave way to some kind of Boolean both-and exception. And strangely enough, that strategy of mixed algebras now characterizes how quantum physics describes the base energy field of existence. Paradox cannot be eliminated from your model without sinking the model, because it becomes trivial. Yeah.
You're kind of talking about the end of history, and I've listened to some of your takes on the time wave, and your writings on that. And the thing that occurs to me that this point that you're talking about, like the dwell point, could be like the birth of a new kingdom of life. Like you've got like the plant kingdom and the animal kingdom, and fungi is kind of thought of as a separate kingdom. But software is potentially a new kingdom of life that's really coming out of the animal kingdom. It's like going to be an expression of human creativity and imagination. So that could be either part of that whole transition part, or maybe the thing that really sort of blows people's minds apart when they realize that we've birthed this new life force into the universe.
Well, yes. I mean, it's not clear that it will be overt and manageable and that there it will be in the laboratory. It's that it's happening all around us. It's that we are embedding ourselves in a matrix of silicon and glass. We are actually, in the same way that free-swimming eukaryotic bacteria turned themselves into mitochondria and powered the cell by embedding themselves in primitive gels, we are beginning to embed ourselves into a cultural membrane of some sort. And we are essentially the genetically driven components of an organometallic, self-perpetuating matrix that is, on the epigenetic level, redesigning itself all the time. It was McLuhan who said, human beings have become the genitals of machines. We exist only to improve next year's model. And that is a kind of evolution, you see. I mean, the machines, they don't change their physical form every million years. They change their physical form every 18 months because human engineers are doing this. 9 million computers a month are being linked into the global network. There's one theory of brain function that says that the higher order functions of the brain are simply emergent properties that come out of a network that has 9 billion plus switching potentials in it, while our global network is quickly approaching this critical number. So what is happening is a globalizing of intelligence. New as this sounds, these kinds of ideas have been around for a while. If you haven't read Teilhard de Chardin, who, my God, S.J., right? And he talks about an omega point and what he calls the noosphere, the atmosphere of electronic mind that is emerging as a shell enclosing the planet. Yeah.
I'm sort of backtracking from your list of possible explanations.
Fine.
And this one doesn't, I'd like to hear your feedback, and it doesn't really sit real well with me. It's sort of cynical, a little bit materialist, but I mean, who's to say that the psychedelic experiencer is not just really a brain experience, a experience that really is not transcendent, but yet we are so used to a very limited way in which we experience reality and use such a small section of our brain, supposedly, that it just seems outwardly foreign that we externalize it. I mean,
No, it could.
But just to add to the list, and what do you say to that?
Well, what I think the major evidence against that view is the sheer complexity and amount of information that seems to be in there. If evolution works with some kind of economy, and that species that work without economy are eliminated, then what in the world would have been the evolutionary raison d'etre of preserving this visionary function for 500 million years of evolution until you reach the human species? It seems to lack functional and engineering integrity as an approach. The reductionists who want to say, that these drugs just perturb the brain, I don't think have taken enough of these things. It is not a mishmash that you get. What you get is order, often a more ordered and symmetrical and self-satisfying world than the one we're living in. And in as far as the mystical and metaphysical people are concerned, they're always saying there's no difference between the inside and the outside until you suggest they take psychedelic drugs. Then they start raving about the necessary purity that has to be maintained and how there must be no artificial means. Well, which is it? That there's no inside and no outside, or that these anxiety-riddled boundaries have to be maintained at all costs? The problem is, meaning, and the meaning of meaning. Wasn't it F.H. Bradley who wrote a book of that title, I think? What is meaning, and then what does it mean that there is meaning? Is it simply, as Whitehead suggests, the apperception of pattern as such? Or is there eventually some kind of a metaphysic, some kind of a discernible mega-pattern in all of this? My thing is basically to raise questions and to destroy culturally contrived answers, because I think they're all horseshit. It hasn't worked. We do not know where we are in the game. We're not able to recognize the players. We've forgotten what our waitress looks like. And the whole thing is just, we're way at sea in this situation. And what culture seems to do is some kind of strategy for calming everybody down, cooking up some passel of lies, which then everybody works with that and doesn't notice the peculiarity of it all. This is why I think psychedelics are so controversial, because they break down cultural explanations, whatever they are. And I found even with rainforest shamans that they are very aware of how far they want to go, and it's a rare personality that enjoys kicking all the supports out and just watching it all collapse into the big who knows. But it's very edifying because it's honest, I think.
Isn't that then a logical threat to those who have a vested interest in maintaining those illusions?
Well, but what's happening, you see, is who has a vested interest in maintaining these illusions? People who want to die? Is that it? At one point, defense of the status quo made sense. Now, the straightest people in the world are beginning to quake in their boots. And the people who, quote-unquote, run the world, they've got better information than you and I, and they leave their offices white-faced at night because they see, that capitalism is finished, because capitalism depends on an endlessly exploitable resource base to function. They have no idea what you put in place of a market-driven capitalist economy. The population thing is under control. is out of control. To get it under control, you would have to take on the people who've run Western civilization for 1,700 years, i.e. the Roman Catholic Church. Who wants to dig into that mess? The ozone depletion of the atmosphere may have already passed criticality. That may be a death sentence waiting to be served, and so forth and so on. So I don't think there is anybody... I think what we're seeing is spreading panic in the control centers of Western civilization, and that very soon you can have a real discussion. Essentially, the Clinton thing is just a gesture in that direction. But eventually, we're going to have a discussion about, who gets to go to the lifeboats and who doesn't and stuff like that. And it's all going to be very dicey, I think.
I was wondering, could you maybe just talk a little bit about how society then would be informed by psychedelics and what direction it might take, and how our present society could utilize this in a way that would be productive and not just be a perpetuation of this whole sort of, Nancy Reagan escapist philosophy, just say no type of thing?
Well, our problem is that we are in denial of our circumstance. If we could actually feel the situation, everybody would immediately walk to the parking lot, get in their car, and go out and slave to stop the agony. But we don't feel it. I mean, we see the pictures from Bosnia. We see the pictures from Somalia. We feel it to some degree. We send money. But we don't stop consuming furiously. We don't reconstruct our lives. Taking psychedelics, I think, because its primary function is to dissolve boundaries, it dissolves the boundary between you and the pain or the problem, and then you have to do something about it.
Who do you propose in this society is going to distribute this stuff? I mean, I'd like to see that happen, Terence, I really would. But is it going to be the psychiatrist, psychologist? Is it going to be the church? I mean, or is it just simply going to be able to buy it over the counter? I see that as a problem. I would like to see what you're proposing to occur.
Well, I think it should be self-organized. The way to do it is to make it legal. The spores are legal. They contain no psilocybin. There should be something called the Vegetable Drug Act, which simply states no plant is illegal. Period. Just, that's it. And it would all sort itself out. And the junkie could have his little opium garden, and I don't know if cokeheads could get it together enough to fill their backyard with coke. It would all sort out very, very nicely. And it's preposterous. I mean, you read that in the Middle Ages, that in 1432 in Amsterdam, a pig was hung for murder. And then that's the kind of thing we've got going with the concept of an illegal plant. I mean, from any future enlightened point of view, they would just look back at that and say, how quaint. What a bizarre notion of reality. Yeah.
I liked your idea. You talked about how the legalization of these substances doesn't fit with our cultural context, and it made me think about legalization. It made me think about making it really okay in my mind to define a law and to impose morality in that regard. And that I don't know if I think that it's possible for it to be legal. I really, without a battle or without a major shift in the way things work, it seems like it's something that I need to take upon myself and say.
Well, I think the hope.
It's a higher law than the one that's imposed upon.
The hope comes from Europe. I think America will just be shamed into legalization because in Europe, the drug laws are very loose, and Europe is a truly secular society. I mean, they just don't have rattlesnake handling Christers and Branch Davidians and all. They cannot figure this stuff out, you know. I mean, I had a German friend visit me in Hawaii last summer, and I took her to the beach, and she immediately whipped her top off. And then I had to explain that you couldn't do that in America. And she'd said she'd heard you couldn't do that in America, but she couldn't believe that it was actually true. And then when I was looking at her, thought what it would take to make it possible to take your top off at a public beach in America, you just realize this is a society of lost souls. I mean, this is a society of the screwballs that couldn't handle the secularization of Europe and came here to practice what they called religious freedom, which basically meant crypto-fascism on everybody else, you know. Yeah, I agree. Look, black people didn't break loose till they got their backs up. Gay people would have been forever marginalized. They're not handing rights out in this society. You have to take it. And the drug thing has just been a polite conversation for far too long, I think. It's getting a little louder, but weasel arguments are being used. I mean, the reason cannabis is moving toward legalization is because an appeal is being made to the darkest impulses of capitalism. You know, you could make so much money off this. What do you care that it's a drug? You know?
What about the flip side of the rights, though, and that's the responsibility? I sometimes wonder, you know, as much as we like to complain about law and structure, it seems like we also rely on that to provide certain social structures around how something would be. We don't often claim the responsibility. How do you see, let's say, if drugs were legalized, how would we self-manage in a responsible way to make that occur?
Well, I maintain that since alcohol and tobacco are legal, we have already proven that we can absorb the social consequences of legalizing any drug. I mean, if you can tolerate the costs and what alcohol and all that does to insurance, then heroin is going to pose no problem. The problem with the law is that when the law becomes irrational, the law loses its moral force. And so it has to be reformed. And this is, I believe, very difficult in this drug area because nobody's being straight about what's at issue. The real issue, like let's take cannabis, which is, you know, most people, whether they smoke cannabis or not, have the impression, I think, that this is a generally benign and over-discussed peril. And yet, I cannot imagine America legalizing cannabis simply because its psychological consequences are that it erodes loyalty to the work ethic. You know, people are not interested in screwing widgets on wonkels if they've smoked, and contrast it to caffeine. Now, caffeine is a dangerous drug, does liver damage, is known to be implicated in a number of pathologies. And yet, every labor contract signed in the Western world enshrines the right of laborers twice a day to stop the assembly line and tank up on coffee. This is an extraordinary folkway. And why? Because caffeine is a made-to-order drug for the purposes of slave capitalism. I mean, you just scurry right back to your keyboard or your assembly line, and you can do the 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. shift then without, you know, falling on your face like a normal primate would if they weren't jacked up on some alkaloid. And so that's very welcome. You know, it was McLuhan who made the point, and it still hasn't been assimilated by enough people, that he said that technologies carry a hidden agenda and shape their user in ways that the user is never conscious of. And the great case that McLuhan made was print, which he said the linear and uniform nature of print created the preconditioned mindset able to accept democracy, the assembly line, the concept of the citizen. A whole bunch of modern ideas are presuppose print. Well, drugs are technologies, and they shape the users in ways that the users never suspect. And our frenzied, goal-oriented, surface-obsessed society is a society of sugar, alcohol, red meat, and television. Television is an incredibly invasive and powerful drug. The average American watches 6 hours a day. Imagine if, following World War II, a drug had been introduced, that now the average American spent 6 hours a day absolutely loaded on this drug, doing nothing else. But because we are materialists, we don't see television as a drug, and yet your blood pools in your rear end, your brain waves fall into a measurable zone, you fixate. There is an entire set of symptoms, no less dramatic than the symptoms of smoking a bomber or honking up a line. But we don't see television that way. And the horror of television is you don't even get to have your own trip. You have somebody else's trip, sponsored by the cosmetically enhanced surfaces of products. Talk about a hell drug, my God. Yeah.
So since it's an extreme minority of people who are using psychedelics right now on the planet, do you see this little minute portion scattered around really having an effect which will cause some sort of chain reaction before it's too late to really work some change? Or is it more like small colonies in the saved kind of?
Well, if it were business as usual, these psychedelic communities might not amount to anything. But I think that the world is going to get so peculiar as the chickens come home to roost that you'll have to take psychedelic drugs to understand what's going on. And that the people who don't will be running around like chickens with their heads cut off. Because we haven't come, people yak about the apocalypse, but this is not the apocalypse. This is the garden party before the apocalypse. Once it really hits, it's going to require a great deal of faith to believe that we're going to make it through it. And I think that more and more organizations, governments, governing institutions are going to turn to the fringes for answers. Because what our circumstance is that history failed, orthodoxy failed, science failed, capitalism failed, reason failed. And we can't keep practicing these things because they've failed. The ship is sinking. We can't have a debate about when we'll arrive in Bermuda. We're never going to arrive in Bermuda. The boat is now sinking. So the agenda has to change. And also, these people are dying off. The old control freaks, the people who have one foot in the 19th century. As to your question of whether or not it will happen fast enough, well, that's the horse race we're involved in. That's the excitement, It'll be a photo finish. H.G. Wells said history is a race between education and catastrophe.
Yeah, and the other thing is Christianity took 300 years to become, and it started off with different sets of people that were nurturing the Christian idea. Unfortunately, the Roman Catholics back won, but it could be the same thing. We could start these little sort of copy clutches of peyote takers that just...
Well, and Christianity was able to do that in a world where information moved at the speed of a horse's gallop. So There's an enormous psychedelic religion flourishing in Brazil right now that just cannot convert people fast enough. It's missionaryizing the United States. Shamanism. See, I think the reason I called my second book The Archaic Revival is because I think this is the overarching metaphor of the 20th century, that the 19th century was the gentleman's century, the white gentleman, when it all worked. Commerce flourished, cities were built, the poor knew their place, brown people held their position. And the 20th century has been all about confronting the bankruptcy of all of that. And from the time of surrealism and Freud and Jung and Dada, right through to rave music and jazz and rock and roll and abstract expressionism, these are all archaic impulses. The 19th century is all about realism, materialism, and defined social structures. The 20th century deconstructs the visual image, deconstructs the idea of simple location. We have body piercing, we have trance dancing, fire walking. All of these things are impulses to return to the primitive. And what it means is that in the aura of the realization that history has failed, we're going back to an earlier model. This is what societies do when they get in trouble. We forget because we're the inheritors of it. But when medieval Christianity essentially got a flat tire by having 70 popes in 25 years, none of whom died a natural death, that clued people to the idea that there was something wrong with Christian idealism. And the Renaissance capitalists, Italian city-state entrepreneurs, invented classicism. Classicism, meaning a society based on the ideals of Greece and Rome, was a science fiction option at that point. Greece and Rome had been buried in the ground for 1,500 years, and yet they dug it up. They dug up the buildings, they dug up the manuscripts, they dug it all up, and they said, this is how people should live, and we'll found classicism, and we will be the patrons of the arts, and we will undertake vast architectural undertakings, and so forth and so on. And it worked. It set a model for society, Roman law, Greek aesthetics, clear into the middle of the 19th century, when then the full consequences of the Industrial Reformation created, a kind of new serfdom of some sort. Now, we require such a radical a new paradigm that we have to reach outside the domain of history entirely. And the archaic, then, which is a model of nomadism, of very little material culture, of hedonism, a lot of focus on sexuality, sensuality, body adornment, this sort of thing, and an information-based culture ruled by magic. In the case of the archaic, it was natural magic. In our case, it will be the technological magic of electromagnetic technology. A global tribe. McLuhan was right. I mean, McLuhan is given zilch credit. He understood all of this stuff. He said all of this by 1965. The people who dismissed him never understood him. I'm quite convinced. Yeah.
Well, what role do you think the spores and the mushrooms will play in this global electronic network?
Well, I think that part of what we're on the brink of is a technological innovation, but I think also a rewiring of the human organism, and that what psilocybin is about is it's a catalyst for language production and evolution, and that The future evolution of language involves language being shifted into the visual domain. Notice how more visual reality is becoming, how icon-driven the computer interface is and stuff like this. I think that psychedelics hold the way toward a kind of telepathy, not a telepathy of you hear my thoughts, but a telepathy of I see what you mean. This would erode boundaries tremendously. I mean, it's astonishing to think that our global civilization is linked together by nothing more than small mouth noises and the electronic transduction of same. I mean, small mouth noises are a very, very crude way to communicate the kind of complexity that our scene requires. The great thing about psychedelics is whether these personalities are realized or less than realized is that you don't need them. You know, the realized ones can be your friends, but the great thing about the psychedelic enterprise is that it's democratic and self-directed. And actually, my experience is that if you really take high doses, it's hard to be a rat. You have to have incredible defenses to be a real rat and take real high doses. And what it means is sooner or later it will ambush you in some tremendously unpleasant way, and then you will get straight. I think it's tremendously exciting because it's a chance to take control of the project of defining one's own authenticity. And I don't really, the idea of the guide, I'm glad that concept has given way to the idea of the sitter, because the sitter gets it much better. What the sitter is there to do is to keep you from rolling off the bed and to tell you that it's going to be all right, even though the sitter may have lost all confidence that it will ever be all right. And they are guiding you nowhere because they haven't the faintest idea where you are. You know, they're just there to reassure. Guided trips are as often ambiguous, I think, as positive. I know a guy who takes mushrooms fairly often, and he always says to me, he says, each time I take it, my goal is to stand more. And what he means is that there's no bottom to it, and it will reveal literally as much as you can tolerate. And you can get into a lock with it where you say, show me what you really are. Show me what you really are for yourself. And instantly, the cheerful scenarios of machine elves dancing mice and little candies spinning against black backgrounds, that's like suspended. And there's this organ tone, like from the Bach B minor Mass, and these black velvet curtains begin to lift. And after about 15 seconds of that, you say, that's enough, thank you, of what you really are for yourself, because you realize it is willing to comply with the request, but your mind can't handle it. It is coming at you through a series of veils. It is trying to be reassuring. I mean, you're saying, my God, it's an alien from the heart of the galaxy, and what it's trying to pass as is your next-door neighbor. Because if it were ever to reveal the true dimensions of its alienness, you would probably vaporize in the presence of such peculiarity. Death by astonishment. We want to avoid that at all costs. Stories abound. I mean, stories upon stories, amazing stories. And once you collect enough of them, you start collecting them thinking that there's going to be a pattern where you will learn something. Eventually you realize these stories are just designed to befuddle and lead you astray. I mean, you cannot tell what is going on.
Considered putting a book together of the stories? You probably heard more than anything.
Yeah, I've considered it. Great trip stories. Trading with the aliens. Some of you may know a wonderful little story by Clifford Simek. I was talking to somebody about this recently. It was about a man who goes to a garage sale and he buys an oak roll-top desk. And he gets it home and he discovers that he just notices actually that in one corner of this desk there's what looks like an ivory dot, an inlay of ivory. And he then has this desk, and after a couple of months, he finds this thing on this dot, which he doesn't know what it is. It's just some little thing he can't figure it out. And he discovers, to make a long story short, that if he will put something on this dot, it will be traded. And so he puts a paper clip and he gets a something or other. And then he puts a dime and he gets something else every 24 hours. And he begins trading through this alien trader. They are mean traders, these creatures from hyperspace. And the trick is to get them to trade something that's very useful to you and valueless to them. I grew up in western Colorado, and up above 9,000 or 10,000 feet in the old mining camps, there are what are called pack rats. And what pack rats are about is they steal stuff. They steal little things, but they always leave something. They are trader rats. They don't actually steal. And there are many stories about people getting in league with a pack rat and trading 7-Up bottle caps for gold nuggets that were hidden in the walls, that because of these old mining towns, these rats have been stealing from the bar tills of a century ago. And so this is and the strange thing is, when you trade with a pack rat, you have to discern its psychology, because it may trade 7-Up bottle caps for gold nuggets, but if you switch to dimes, it will switch to dead bees, and they're no good to you. So you have to keep negotiating, you see, to get the good, and yeah. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Exactly. Although somebody pointed out to me, it was another one of these torpedoes, unexpected, that print is visible language. That print is the condensation of sound. It's just that it requires a medium. Yeah.
I was wondering, in view of what you pointed out about some of the liabilities of asking to reveal its deepest, darkest self or its truest being, and I'm wondering if you could share some of your thoughts about setting an agenda for a trip and entering into a dialogue with this alien, as opposed to perhaps being more passive and just allowing this emergence without any conscious direction, to the extent that that's possible.
I tend to be very passive. I sense immense power and potential in these states, and I'm frankly afraid of it. I mean, I like to watch. That's my bit. And I have no desire to seize the levers and start pulling and pushing buttons. I had a few, when I was younger, we messed around in more radical ways and had experiences that really I felt like threatened our sanity, because you just couldn't believe what was going on. I don't set agendas. Some people do that. What I do is I talk to it, and I ask it to show itself. And I do think you have to approach the thing. It is shy, or it's tasteful. It's hard to figure out which. But in any case, it will not speak to you unless spoken to. You can go through an 8-hour trip and it will never say a word because you never said a word. And you have to say to it, show yourself. It doesn't hurt to verbalize it. I mean, I think of it in my mind. I invoke it, but it's also somewhat like a seduction. I mean, you say, come out, show yourself, be beautiful, and then this thing, literally almost like a turmoil in the air, and they condense, and then they do show themselves. But unless invited, they won't do that. Now, in DMT, that isn't true. They're uninvited. I mean, you're in their domain. You're in Elf Land, Grand Central Station, and everybody's trying to get on the train to Westport, and you're just there, in the middle of this crazy situation. Yeah.
What do you consider regular use?
I don't know. I think that's really a hard thing to say. I mean, I know people who say DMT is their favorite drug, and the last time they took it was 67. I mean, we're not talking abuse here. I think psilocybin 3 or 4 times a year definitely means that you are a psychedelic person, for sure. It definitely means that your every waking moment is informed and transformed by your relationship to this stuff. It doesn't take very much because it's a way of thinking, I admire people who can do it a lot and not go off the deep end. Because what I find is, basically what we talk about in these workshops is what I would call the generic psychedelic experience. It lasts 4 to 8 hours. There are all kinds of crazy hallucinations, insights, tears, laughter, self-affirmation. Then it goes away. That's the generic psychedelic trip. But if you start pushing, then you get to be Columbus. If you, for instance, take psilocybin every 72 hours for 10 days, you will cure in the marketplace. You will preach to the masses. You will become so convinced of dogmas and points of view so peculiar that it will hand your friends a crisis. I mean, I've been there. And so the trick is to understand when you need to chill, because it just starts opening ahead of you. Like when we would take it in the Amazon, one of the things that we noted and talked about and was actually a moment of concern was in every psilocybin trip in the Amazon, there would come this moment where you would realize that the jungle was friendly and that's where you belonged. And there was this impulse to just take your clothes off and walk into it. And with perfect confidence, I could survive. It would take care of me. It is not threatening. It is not unfriendly. It loves me. I don't know whether that's true. I don't know what would happen to you when you came down. I mean, there are stories of people not on psilocybin who walked into the jungle and, were mad from fly bites 12 hours later and basically had to be shot like dogs in the best Colombian fashion. This is a very intense perception that you just don't know what to make of. Is it true? Could one somehow sustained by psychedelics walk into that and survive or not? Yeah.
There's people, I think, that do that without psychedelics. Like some of these people that are out in the Aboriginal skills trips, they definitely...
You mean white people who have... But they've trained themselves. They've hardened their bodies and they've learned how to make fire and how to get water from plants. And to do it just on the spur of the moment, I don't know how long you'd last out there. Yeah, sure.
Would you say something to compare LSD and mushrooms, like the psilocybin?
Well, psilocybin is much more visual. LSD is more psychoanalytical, therapeutic, personal in some way. It may be more efficient at personality work, reconstruction and overcoming trauma or phobia or something like that. Psilocybin is largely visual and spectacularly so. That's what distinguishes the tryptamine hallucinogens, is the ease with which they elicit really beautiful and complex hallucinations. I mean, people, straight scientists who write about what they call hallucination are really writing about what is technically called hypnagogia, which means the trivial hallucinations on the edge of sleep, you know, the spinning wheels, the moving grids of color, the dancing mice, that sort of thing. Psychedelic hallucinations are visionary operas of some sort. I mean, they are tremendous. They're more visually dramatic than any film experience or experience in the real world that you could have. There's no very good explanation for what that's all about.
In your trial and error of getting to 5 grams of mushrooms, have you gotten to 10 grams and that was too much, or have you built up to that and that's enough?
10 grams is too much for me. I mean, people have different reactions to it. I think if it gets if the episodes of un-Englishability are too prolonged, then you need to back the dose down, you know, because it just doesn't make any sense. It's also the power of it. I mean, my God, when you overdose on psilocybin, it's like an asteroid struck the planet or something. It's very hard to convince yourself that it's confined between your ears. It's more like, you know, everything from Las Vegas west just was vaporized. Well, I think we should knock off.
You might want to talk about the copyrighting of genetic coding. I don't know if you've heard that Monsanto and DuPont, they're getting into agribusiness. They go off to the mountains of the Andes and solicit the indigenous cultures to provide them with their potato stock. Then they go back and dissect the genetic code and copyright it. If they happen to catch a farmer in Idaho growing the same potato, they can sue him because they hold the copyright on that code.
Well, I mean, this is a very complicated issue. It isn't necessarily of interest to this group. It's of interest to me because I deal with the question of endangered species and stuff like that. This question of what shall we give the rainforest people for the drugs and medicines that we take out is a real tricky question, because say I go to the Amazon and I bring back a plant and I am able to vegetatively propagate this plant into a crop of some sort. Well, now all I took from the Amazon was one plant, which God knows there's plenty of there, but also the knowledge of the people, because inevitably you learn this stuff from informants. There's very little original botanizing of any consequence in the Amazon. But and there's been a lot of debate among pharmaceutical companies and conservation organizations as to what should we give back to these cultures. And of course, pharmaceutical companies think in terms, even the ones that are well motivated and generous, think in terms of money and medicine. Well, money they don't need. Money will destroy the culture. And medicine seems a disingenuous thing to give them, since the premise was, in the first place, that their medicine was better than your medicine. I don't know what should be done about this. I do know, in practical terms, I have seen whole scenes go to hell over something as simple as an outboard motor. I mean, an outboard motor brings whores and alcohol days closer to an upriver village. And so what favor are you doing these people by dropping 110 horsepower Evinrude onto the jefe of the village? Really, I don't know if there's any... The biggest favor we could do them is to never show up in the first place. But that would defeat our goal, our goal, meaning the pharmaceutical goal, of extracting drugs from the rainforest, which is not an unknoble goal. I mean, after all, if you're trying to cure AIDS or TB or shrink tumors, that's not exactly a mission of rape and destruction, but it can turn into rape and destruction depending on how it's prosecuted. Does that...
If the drugs aren't prepared the way they're natively prepared. You know, I mean, if you're going to start preparing drugs by extracting supposed active ingredients, then you're losing the synergism, you're losing the life of the history that's there too.
Yeah, and you're losing a connection to the morphogenetic field if you believe morphogenetic fields exist.
You're losing the induction ritual that may be connected with the drugs use.
That's right. That's right. I mean, but even on your own terms, you see, on your own terms, you're taking away what you need, because if you have a materialist view of medicine, then really all you need is the substance. Well, this is this Sheldrakean idea that things long in existence have a kind of momentum to perpetuate themselves that things that are very recently created lack. It's not a scientifically creditable notion, but Rupert's been working for many years to show that an idea like this is necessary to solve some of the problems of modern biology. Do you all understand the concept? It's slippery but fairly simple. It's that it can be simply stated by saying, once something happens, it's easier for it to happen again anywhere in the universe. And it leads to somewhat magical expectations in the realm of experimentation. In other words, if you design a maze of some sort that has never existed before, and you teach rats in Canada to run this maze, and they get very good at it, then when you go to Australia to teach rats to run the same maze, they should learn faster. And believe it or not, there is some evidence for this effect. A very interesting experiment was done a couple of years ago where a computer was programmed with Hebrew, programmed to generate three-letter sequences of Hebrew words. Now, some of these, three-letter sequences of Hebrew letters, and some of these sequences were Hebrew words, including words which occur in the Torah, and consequently have been read by devout Jews since Abraham, and some were simply random combination of Hebrew letters that meant nothing. And then what they did is they used a Korean population, people who had absolutely no empathy or familiarity with Hebrew, and they would flash these three-letter sequences on a television screen, and you would be asked, A, to guess whether it was a word or nonsense, and then B, you were asked to guess, if you thought it was a word, what the word meant, and then C, you were asked to rate the confidence of your guess between 1 and 10. And what they discovered was none of these Korean people could guess the meaning of the Hebrew words. But when confronted with a real word in Hebrew, they had high confidence that that was what it was. And so you see, this seems to imply that the Hebrew words that had been said by millions and millions of Jews over time had a field, a morphogenetic field around them that the purely arbitrary stuff didn't. And then other experiments have been done, with nursery rhymes versus rhymes that were just made up by a poet a week ago. I actually thought of an experiment which I thought would settle it once and for all, because I noticed my publicist, I resist technology, believe it or not, but my publicist finally forced me to get call waiting, Well, so then I noticed that the telephone will be silent for hours. Then it rings. You pick it up, you start talking to somebody, and immediately the call waiting thing starts beeping. And it's clear that a telephone call in progress attracts other telephone calls. And my notion was you could create a computer system to monitor an office building where hundreds of people were getting calls and making calls, and see if, in fact, ordinary statistical expectations are violated, because I think it's uncanny. I mean, I go away to Esalen on a weekend like this, and I will go home, and there'll be 30 messages on the phone machine, and then when I listen to them, some of them will be no longer than 15 or 20 seconds, and I can hear the call waiting on the message machine as the person is leaving the message. So I can't be receiving 3,500 calls a day. So it must be that the act of a telephone call in progress is a magnet for another telephone call. That's morphogenetic resonance. Or yeah, right.
Are you going to? Did you intend to discuss your current thinking about the current today about the eschaton philosophy? And if you were, what I'm really interested in is whether we're talking about everything from Amazon people to this morning ourselves and how people relate to the experience. What's the point of it all? If you're still convinced that this is a 20-year cycle before the entire universe that we know heads into the whole.
Well, I think that if your hypothesis is that a universe of 20 billion years plus age is about to go bazingo in 20 years, you should probably prepare a fallback position just in case it goes awry. I've sort of talked around this because I didn't know at what point we wanted to really engage it. Because I talked about the condensation of the imagination as a physical object and the philosopher's stone as an attractor for the historical process. I talked about this alien force, the tractor beam that reaches into our species and begins sculpting us in its image. And that's where we are now. All of this leads toward the conclusion, I think, that biology is being drawn out of matter, and that this is not some kind of process that goes on hundreds of thousands or millions of years in the future, that history is actually ending within our lifetime. And it sounds silly in a way to say it, but based on what will come this evening, maybe not so silly. You can actually calculate the rate of closure. You can actually figure out the kind of acceleration in which we're involved in. And it leads to the conclusion that history has only a very little bit more to run. That's, in a sense, realists know this, but deny the implication. I mean, we're running out of everything. That's always a sure sign that the party is over, When the liquor's gone, when the hors d'oeuvres are munched, when the buffet table is wreckage, the party is over. It's time to go home, folks. Go get your hats and coats, call your cabs, and do your host a favor. And that's where we are. It's impossible to imagine history continuing for centuries, and given the rate of acceleration, it doesn't appear that that's going to happen. The only question is it extinction? Is that what it is? Or is it transformation? And I choose to believe it's transformation because the evidence of the psychedelics seems to support that. I guess I can't stress enough my sense that history is anomalous, that there's no way to get used to it, and that it represents a phase transition. It's an extraordinary emergency circumstance. It only lasts tops 25,000 years. And really the intense part is the last 5,000 or 6,000 years. I mean, if you go back 6,000 years, we're talking 4,000 BC. The pyramids weren't built yet. Nothing familiar was in place in 4,000 BC. You know, there's a tendency in occult thinking to fiddle with the dating, because occultists have inherited, without sophisticated examination, the Renaissance's belief that the older it is, the better it is. And, you know, enthusiasts of Atlantis want to place it 50,000 years in the past, and Lemuria 100,000 years. This is all nonsense. The miracle of our predicament is not how long everything has been in place, but how brief it all has been. The whole thing has come into being since yesterday. I mean, the people who built the pyramids are, 1,500 generations in the past? Less. Probably more like 600 generations in the past. So the emergence of technology codes, high culture, is all very, very sudden. And this seems to be, I think it's a phenomenon which could be elevated to the level of a general rule about reality, that each stage of cosmic development happens much quicker than the stage which preceded it. So after the initial Big Bang, you know, there was a long, long period of basically just churning physical chemistry. Not even physical chemistry, but an atomic plasma. There were no elements. There were only electrons. Later, hydrogen and helium formed and could aggregate into stars. Then a new property emerged. In the center of these large masses of helium, fusion began to take place because the pressure and temperature went so high. Well, fusion cooked out heavier elements like iron and carbon, and they become the basis then for a whole new kind of reality, molecular existence, and then organomolecular existence based on long-chain polymers based on carbon. Once life emerged, the tempo really begins to pick up. Change is now coming on a scale of once every few million years. Once you get higher animals, change is even more accelerated. Once you have languages and culture, change takes an exponential leap forward. And the main characteristic of our culture is phenomenally accelerated change. So much change that when you take this curve of acceleration and plot its future vector, you discover that within 50 years, we will release more energy than there is in the solar system, travel faster than light, so forth and so on. Well, if you assume these things are impossible, then it means we're hitting the limit. We're approaching the limit. Yeah.
Can you talk about singularities in relation to your theory?
Yeah. The attractor at the end of time is a perfect example of a singularity. And, in fact, good question. It seems that, first of all, what is a singularity? A singularity is a place where the rules are broken. A miracle is a singularity. And it, strangely enough, it turns out to be very hard to model the universe without resorting to a singularity or several. A few years ago, Stephen Hawking, who has incredible press, I must say, Stephen Hawking hypothesized that the existence of what he called mini black holes. He thought that black holes left over from the early birth of the universe had evaporated so much matter off their surfaces that they might be now down to the size of a few centimeters in diameter. Well, when they asked him to calculate how many of these mini black holes there are in the universe, they came up with a number like 14 high 11. Well, if every one of those black holes has a singularity in the center of it, that's a hell of a lot of singularities. What kind of a theory is it that allows for 14 high 11 exceptions to its rule? That there are exceptions to the rule. Well, that's a fishy way, that's a way of wiggling out of it. Straight science tries to do it with just one singularity. Essentially, the position of ordinary science is give us one free miracle, and then we can explain everything. And that one free miracle is the idea that the universe sprang from an area considerably smaller than a gnat's eyebrow for no reason in a single moment. And if you believe that, then all the rest flows quite naturally. Notice, however, that whatever you think about this idea, it's the limit case for credulity. Do you understand what I mean? I mean, you cannot think of a more unlikely proposition. It's almost like the unlikeliest of all propositions. I defy anyone to dream up a position less intuitively compelling than that one. And yet that's where they start from, you see. So what I say is, okay, if science gets one free singularity, then in the game of hypothesis building, it must be that each player is dealt one singularity chip at the beginning, and I choose to play mine at the end and say it's highly unlikely, to my mind, that a singularity would spring from an absolute nothingness. I mean, that seems to me the least fruitful environment to seek a singularity of this type. Far more likely, if singularities exist at all, that they would exist in a domain of complex energies, molecular bonds, chemical bonds, electromagnetic radiation, hard radiation, languages, biological systems, membranes, gels, liquid crystals, so forth. In other words, the kind of stew of phenomena that our present cosmos represents. Who can say what could arise out of this? I mean, if you can get people, you could get anything, it seems to me. So rather than view the universe as the shock wave of an initial explosion spreading out through the dimensions, why not place the singularity as a chaotic attractor at the end of the life of the universe and see all processes as drawn toward it rather than pushed away from it, drawn toward it, complexified, interleaved, folded, mixed, and connected in many, many exotic ways. And that's what this eschaton object is. I mean, it's something which we anticipate through technology. It's something we are building out of ourselves, you know. The grand work of history is the condensation and concrescence of the visible soul. But in the same way that alchemists are like catalysts to natural processes, that was the idea, see, that gold and precious metals grew in the earth, and that alchemists were not doing anything unnatural. They were simply really speeding up time. Well, in that same way, what we are doing is catalyzing the emergence of a process that nature would otherwise ultimately deliver at some yet more distant time. We're like an enzyme in the universal mix of being. And what the eschaton is pointless to speculate upon, because it is literally below the event horizon of rational apprehendability. That means we're too stupid to know what it is. But when we look east, the sky is touched with the rosy blush of dawn, but the surface of the solar disk of the singularity has not yet come above the horizon. However, in the next 20 years, I think this will happen. I mean, I will abandon this theory long before we reach 2012 if it doesn't begin to gain power as a meme in society. Because one of the things the mushroom told me that I found to be true, it's interesting, it said to me, nothing is unannounced. You know, there is no such thing as a surprise. Everything is preceded by the ghost of its appearance. And if you're sensitive to that, you know, you can't be taken by surprise. That's part of the nature of a fractal cosmos, is that nothing is utterly unannounced. How could it be, since everything is distributed through the matrix?
You're saying this is a different notion than history. I mean, you're describing history from this very beginning, or?
Yeah, that history is a series of approximations of the final singularity. And that's what all these religions are. They're people's best guess, given their cultural circumstance and historical angle of regarding, their best guess as to what the singularity is. Yeah.
Mayan calendrics. How did they arrive at the end date in their calendar at the same time?
Well, the only thing I share in common with the Maya is that we both did mushrooms. So it's sort of like, is it that there's a barcode in there that no matter where and when in all of space and time you take the mushroom, you come to the conclusion that something very important is going to happen on December 22nd, 2012. The Mayan calendar is a real puzzle, not the well-known details of it, although to speak of any detail of the Mayan calendar as well-known is maybe specious. But see, the strange thing about the Mayan calendar, it's about a 4,385 year, or 5,485 year cycle with many subcycles in it. It begins on a slow Tuesday in August, and it ends on a winter solstice, a very important winter solstice. A winter solstice when the heliacal rising of the sun is eclipsing the galactic center. That seems to imply that the Maya did not establish the beginning of their calendar and count forward. They established the end date and counted backward to establish the beginning. And there's argument among astronomers as to whether this is even possible for people at that level of culture to do. You know, there are a number of these astronomical mysteries around, like the Dogon tribe in Africa, who, before the era of telescopes, cheerfully informed astronomers that the star Sirius, which is 10 light years away, had a companion too faint to be seen by the naked eye, and that it had a 50-year orbit around Sirius Prime. This is true. How did they know that? And they go further. They also claim a third companion, Sirius C, which has to this day not yet been detected. If it is detected by long base interferometry or some other, that speckling technique, well, if Sirius C comes into focus, a lot of people will have to come to terms with the question of how did the Dogon get this. However, there are odd examples of unbelievably what appear to be unbelievably unlikely coincidences or good guesses. For example, Jonathan Swift wrote Gulliver's Travels, and he describes in there the presence of 2 moons around Mars and their relative size and orbital periods 70 years before William Herschel observed these objects through the telescope. And nobody knows, was it just an incredibly lucky guess or what was going on there? Yeah.
Likewise, on the I Ching, do you think that was put together by some incredibly smart Chinese, or was it revealed somehow to them long ago?
No, I think I tend to be nervous about the extraterrestrial hypothesis because I believe in extraterrestrials, but I believe that real extraterrestrials are so peculiar that the job is to recognize them, No, I think that not the Chinese, because the evidence seems to point to the fact that the I Ching was actually composed in central southern China somewhere by a pre-Zhou people. But I think that these people had a technique, perhaps analogous to a yogic technique, perhaps analogous to the stilling of the heart techniques, which are yogas that suppress physiological functioning, and that they were able to look into organism, and they're looking into their own bodies with a completely different epistemic toolkit than we have. They saw flux, and they watched, perhaps for 1,000 years, and tried to model this flux. And they finally realized that there were myriads of elements in this flux, but not an infinite number of elements. And that all of the structure of the flux could in fact be reduced to 64 elements, which they then created a symbolical notation system for, which we call hexagrams. In other words, in the same way that we, with our obsession with matter, have discovered and satisfied ourselves that it only requires, 108 elements to create all material phenomena and all molecular configurations. They discovered that there are 64 elements necessary to produce all varieties of temporal situation. It is no coincidence that the numbers which run the I Ching, 64, 6, 4, cube of 8, so forth and so on, that all of those numbers are the same numbers that are necessary to describe the functioning of DNA. You can perfectly model the DNA using the I Ching. Not only the 64 codons that code for protein, but templating, replication, so forth and so on. All the functions of DNA can be modeled very cleanly using the I Ching. So really what it is it's a calculus of biological necessity. And we, as creatures made of DNA, then find that this calculus of biological necessity functions for us like magic, because it describes the matrix in which we are in fact embedded, and with which we must come to terms. That's why throwing the I Ching, even though I think that's a completely corrupted use of it, still it is like dropping a dipstick into the flow of a river and then pulling it out and taking a depth measurement. It's something like that. Yeah.
Actually, Eschaton, I was wondering if some of the things we're seeing manifest now are perhaps reverberations of this event which is approaching, and I was wondering if crop circles might fit into that somehow.
Well, I think that, when pressed, I think that all phenomena are reverberations and in a sense, pre-echoes is that a preco? I'm not sure. Of the eschaton. The eschaton, I mean, many of you have heard me make this metaphor. It's like one of those mirrored bar balls in a disco. It reflects its surround. The essence of the eschaton is impossible to discern because its surface is mirrored. So when you look at the eschaton, what you see, strangely enough, is your own face. And religions and hysterias of various sorts are particularly strong incidences of reflection of the eschaton. This thing which happened in Waco, Texas, was just fascinating because it was a real cognitive dissonance. It made no sense to most people, and yet obviously to the people inside the metaphor, it made perfect sense. I think we will see more and more of this kind of thing, and that in fact we need to guard against it. Prophets of all sorts will arise in the last days. Christianity taught this in an attempt to cover its own ass, not realizing that it is one of these cults which arise in the last days. The whole thing about the Christos, stripped of all the mumbo-jumbo, what this is about is the mystery of the resurrection. The idea that Christ was somehow involved in some kind of cryptobiological transformation that was necessary in order to unlock the doors of paradise, which had been slammed shut with the fall of Adam. And I find Christianity fascinating. I don't believe a word of it because I don't think Christian theologians understand what they're looking at. But what they're looking at is the closest thing to the eschaton that we ever had, but the conclusions are all wrong. There's an amazing passage in, I think it's Luke. It's the morning after the entombment of Christ, and the three Marys, Mary the mother of James, Mary Magdalene, and Mary the mother of Christ, go to the tomb, and Christ is there, standing beside the rolled away stone. And one of these women starts toward him, and he says, go read it, it's right there. He says, "Touch me not, woman, for I am not yet fully of the nature of the Father." Well, you just wonder, what in the world is going on here? He is alive. He is resurrected. He has overcome death. But he says, "Touch me not. I am not yet fully of the nature of the Father." And what it implies is a process of some sort. Something is happening. He is hypercarbolating, is what is happening. And the hypercarbulation is not yet complete. It was a near miss. And if you read the whole thing from that light, it's clear that the people involved could not understand what was happening. So the picture, what you get here is a picture of somebody not fully in command of their own mojo, and not themselves completely understanding what is going on. And I think that every religious teacher is a sense a victim of eschatonic precursive reflectivity. And a David Koresh, it's a mess. It's a very distorted and twisted kind of reflection. A Christ, a Buddha, a Mohammed, a slightly cleaner shot at what it is, but nevertheless horribly distorted and misunderstood by historical contextuality. Yeah.
I was wondering if a study of some of the phenomena happening in the crop fields in England might shed some light on the form and shape of the eschaton.
Well, I think that there will be more and more of these anomalies. The flying saucer is an interesting anomaly. The flying saucer is clearly the ghost of the eschaton. It's, our unconscious mind, the skies of this planet are haunted by the image of a spinning silvery disk that has eternity and the aliens and the mysteries of existence locked inside of it. The appearance of the flying saucers in 47, the modern era flying saucers, to my mind indicates closure with this eschatonic moment. But as we get closer to this coincidentia positorum, things will get wackier and rational analysis will fail. I think that the crop circles are a good example of this. If it is not a hoax, and this is a huge if, because there are things about the crop circles that just stink to high heaven. I mean, it is so marginally convincing. I mean, for instance, isn't it a little odd that these things begin to appear within an hour and a half drive of most of the people on the planet who will embrace the phenomenon? I'm thinking of John Michel and his cronies. I mean, what if it were happening in the wheat fields of Siberia? How inconvenient, you know. Another thing about the crop circles that's puzzling is everyone says it's a communication. It's a curious form of communication because it communicates absolutely nothing. What it communicates is complete confusion. Nobody has a clue. If you really wanted to communicate, and for some reason your chosen method of communication was mashed wheat fields in England, you could still write in the Queen's English. Another thing very puzzling about the crop circles, not about the crop circles per se, but where is the British establishment in all this? I mean, my God, southern England is dotted with air bases, RAF bases, nuclear weapons depots, cruise missile bases. Are we being asked to believe that the Ministry of Defense is completely sanguine about nightly violations of British airspace year after year, and they're just perfectly comfortable with the idea that, half a mile away from their nuclear weapons depot, corn is being snapped over on its side? I mean, if you can snap a corn stalk, you can reset a switch on an arming device or a missile. Pardon me? Bent and molded. So it's puzzling that the British government is so nonplussed by all this. I think that means they must either know what it is, or more likely they're doing it.
Actually, they have a military operation to observe a field. The military itself did actually observe a field for, I think, 10 days.
Well, you want to be very, very subtle in looking at a phenomenon like this. It is conceivable that inside MI5, people have observed the rise of the neo-paganism in England that is characterized by the Glastonbury crowd and the rave culture and all that, and has created a hoax to lure those people out on a limb. In a sense, it's already happened because for years the crop circle enthusiasts ran around saying no human being could make one of these things. Well, then Sheldrake and company and the people at the Cereologist, sponsored that contest last year where under very rigidly controlled conditions, people were given 10-acre plots of corn and told, you have from midnight to 4 a.m., you can't use any light, we will be monitoring for sound, and here is a high-resolution photograph of a recent crop circle. Your mission is to make this crop circle in a convincing manner. The people who won the prize produced a splendid crop circle. Well, so that put the no human beings can do it people highly on the defensive. I don't know. It amused me. I mean, here's an example of how occult thinking works. Remember, what were their names? Was it Ned and Dave, the two drunken painters? Doug and Dave. Okay, so here come Doug and Dave, these two mildly alcoholic itinerant house painters who claim to have done all the crop circles. People who the week before were talking about telluric messaging from the Gaian world soul just dumped all over Doug and Dave and said, well, you believe that two out-of-work painters could do this? Say, well, what's your position? That a telluric force did it? Now I ask you, just in the interests of fairness, which is more likely? Doug and Dave may be a stretch of the imagination. Telluric forces intent on saving the world is highly improbable. So Rupert and I, we went to work on this because I felt, there's something. It plays with people in the way that flying saucers never did. For instance, I don't know if you know this, but last summer, I believe it was last summer's most spectacular crop circle was the logo of the Crop Circle Society, the cereologist. And then the other big startling crop circle of last summer was a Mandelbrot set. Well, this is just a little too cute. Yes, isn't that startling? It was right outside of Cambridge. So, for instance, when I criticize the crop circles and say, isn't it strange that they all are in southern England where John Michel and company would be most likely to stumble into them? That's what people say. They say, you're wrong. They're not all in southern England. What about the one in Arkansas? What about the ones in Ontario and so forth? Japan. I say baloney. I say there aren't. And did you see the one in Arkansas or Ontario? Well, of course we all saw pictures of it. But it's sort of like determining whether or not Mount Everest is the highest mountain in the world. I mean, how the hell would you actually verify that, and how much faith would you have in the results? I mean, here we have a mountain in Tibet and a mountain in Bolivia, and you're telling me you know beyond a shadow of a doubt which has its surface, its utmost surface, furthest from the center of the earth. The crop circles, if they are outside of England, they aren't spreading. They're intermittent, enough that we could easily dismiss all cases outside of England as the hoax of enthusiasts. And again, it communicates nothing. It is anti-communication. It is noise in the circuits.
Maybe it's just a little push. It's something that is happening a little ahead of us.
Well, I had this notion at first. I thought, when I was more inclined to treating it as real, I thought maybe somebody is trying to contact us, and after 40 years of flying saucers, they finally figured out we just don't get it with flying saucers. And they said, so we'll leave a physical trace. But to me, the giveaway, the key to the crop circle phenomenon is that nobody has ever seen one form. And by God, if you want to rivet the attention of the population of this planet, just make a crop circle in front of us, in front of television cameras. In other words, if we could see the corn lay down, then all skeptics would be just undercut completely.
But it made one behind the television camera. About 4 or 5 years ago, 2020 magazine said, okay, we're going to do something about it. And they went and when they put the show on, and they said we went and they show all the crop circles and all the different theories. And they said, so we set up an infrared camera in a field one night and we waited for a crop circle to happen. And then they show the infrared images of people in the shadows and stuff.
They said, and sure enough, one morning there was no crop circle, and we were all getting ready to go, and somebody said, uh-oh, look. And in the field behind them, the one that they weren't filming, the crop circle had appeared. And that was the end of that was the last.
I say arrest and torture the entire crew, and you'll get your answer. Because you see, it's perfectly clear that somehow if you were to see the crop circle made, the mystery would flee. And so we only get before and after. How come no during? When that's what, in fact, would convince us of its reality. It's playing with us, or somebody is playing with us.
Can you connect information theory to what we're talking about?
Well, that's what I was trying to do when I said that it's a language virus of some sort. I mean, here's the thing. Think about this. Suppose, my other example, suppose you're a scientist and you're measuring the amount of electricity running in a line. And just for purposes of argument, let's say you put 1 million voltmeters on this line. So you're going to get 1 million measurements of the amount of voltage running through the line. 99,999 of these meters tell you that the voltage flowing through the line is between 3 and 5 volts. 1 voltmeter on this line tells you that 8,000 volts are flowing through the line. Now, what do you do if you're a scientist? You throw out that value. You say, well, that can't possibly be true. All the other meters metered within a certain narrow range, this 1 meter is broken. Get rid of it. Now, think of each of us as meters, metering reality. Millions of us, all reporting, no big deal, no big deal. Then comes one person. They say that there's a 1,000-ton beryllium ship populated by little gray men who want to give you a proctological examination in the middle of the night. Now, what do? We don't throw them out. We put them on national TV and make a movie about it and hold conferences and try and figure out how could this be.
But the same thing can be said about the very foundation of everything we talk about.
No, because psychedelic experiences are repeatable on demand. That's the great difference. These phenomena which just come and go and leave you jaw hanging in the wind, since you can't control the confrontation, you don't know what you've got. With psychedelics, you can see elves twice a day on schedule. And the people who find this assertion disconcerting don't want to hear about it. But it's in fact true. The drugs at last give us a handle on the other, where we can deal with it rather than wait for it to occur.
With large, unbiased populations.
You mean that they get elves? You mean people who've been contaminated by Terence McKenna rats?
I've read your books and I've seen elves. And
well, do you think you saw elves because you read my books?
I don't know.
Well, what do you think?
I think I don't know.
Uh-huh. Well, I didn't read my books when I saw elves. It was on the natch. I think that I spread the elf meme. I make it legitimate to report elves, but that I think people were seeing elves before. It's a difficult thing because it's a mental phenomenon, I mean, we can't lug a camera in there. Although, with virtual reality and sufficient money, we could set out to create a virtual version of one person's trip, and once they said, yes, that's it, 100%, you got it, then we would bring somebody else in and put the helmet on them and say, is this what your trip was like? And please critique and modify the contents of this virtual reality. I think this that virtual reality is going to be a very powerful tool for exploring pharmacological states, because at last we are going to be able to compare the contents of our own minds through something a little more fine-tuned than verbal language. Basically, my method has been a what can you show me method. And I know that there are these, this particular style of refined English womanhood that seems at home with the fairies of the garden, the Dutch. The things I encounter that I call elves or gnomes, it's just a gloss. I mean, they're small, and they have the archetype. They're more like leprechauns, and this maybe raises a racial issue. And they make things, and they live in domed spaces. And the mythology of elves is that they live under hills, and they're master craftsmen, makers of jewelry and machines and stuff like that. That is exactly the deal. And they're dead souls is what they are. Interestingly, the whole notion of fairyland is when St. Patrick arrived in Ireland to convert the pagan Irish to Christianity, they were practicing what is called the fairy faith. They believed in little people. They believed they were the souls of the departed. They believed they were everywhere around us, and they believed that certain people who had the eye could see these fairies. And they believed this with such conviction that Patrick quickly realized that he was not going to get anywhere converting the Irish unless he made a place for this phenomenon. So he invented purgatory. Purgatory was invented by St. Patrick. It was not church doctrine before that time, and he then very successful, and if you are not Catholic or don't truck in this domain, you may not know what purgatory is a place exactly like hell, except you eventually get out, and it's where you do penance for your sins. Well, he was so successful converting the pagan Irish with this concept that when word reached the Holy See, the Vatican, it was made church dogma, and then it was very successfully used to convert the pagan Slavs, who also had a belief in a kind of fairyland. So I don't know what this thing about dead souls is puzzling to me. It even with my predilection for the peculiar and the psychedelic, I find it hard to completely embrace the notion that these are ancestors alive in some other dimension. But in some ways, that is the most conservative explanation. After all, if you believe they're extraterrestrials who came from the stars, then you're supposing and hypothesizing all kinds of things. Since they are interested in human beings, since they can converse with human beings, since they seem to know our boundaries and limitations, they must be some kind of human being. And then the choices are they are a prenatal form of existence. In other words, souls that never incarnated into a body and are like up there waiting for the stork or something. Or they are some future state of humanity where apparently we no longer have bodies and we've changed ourselves into self-dribbling jeweled basketballs for God knows what reason. Or they are post-life forms. They are people who once walked the earth as you and I do, but have gone beyond into this other circumstance. One of the things that is, to me, almost as puzzling as the elfin nature of the DMT encounter is that after you've been in there 4 or 5 times, and it takes a while because at first it's just absolute shock and disbelief. I mean, you bring very little out of it. You're just appalled, and that's about all you can say about it. But after a while, I realized that the motif of the DMT encounter, and I guess I should describe it briefly, when you burst into the DMT space, you have the impression that you're in a domed space, approximately the size of the length of this room, but round, with a somewhat lower ceiling, indirectly lit, warm, comfortable. And the moment you get your bearings, they're there. In fact, as you break into that space, they cheer. And some of you may know that song by the Pink Floyd from years ago, "The Gnomes have learned a new way to say hooray." So you break into this space, they scream their greeting, and while you're just trying to get oriented, they come bounding forward, somewhat like dogs, actually. And they begin to lick your face and crawl all over you and jump in and out of your body. And they say, "We love you. We love you. You send so many. You come so rarely. Welcome, welcome." And so you're like, trying to take your pulse, trying to make sure you're breathing, because you have the impression, this is so serious that I may be dead. I may have just simply killed myself 10 seconds ago, and this is what's happening. They use their voices to make objects. They speak a language which you do not hear, but which you see. You not only see it, you feel it. And so they use language to cause syntactical, architectonic, techno-structures to condense out of the air. And when they show you these things, they're proud of them. They come bounding forward and jump up and down in front of you and say, "Look at this, look at this." And they're all competing like children to show you this stuff. And as you direct your attention into one of these objects, you see beyond any power of contradiction that this thing that they're showing you is impossible. They're constantly transforming themselves in the most amazing way. And they're showing you this stuff, and they're saying, do what we're doing. You can do this. Use your voice to make something. And you're like, this is now 30 seconds into this experience. Reality has been obliterated, and you're just in this place. Well, and one can do this, and there is a glossolalia, and then these objects condense out of the air, and the objects themselves are somehow alive. You put one down, and they emit sound and make subsets of their own type. And all of this is just, you're just like, my God, what has happened? The strange thing about DMT is it doesn't affect your mind in the ordinary sense, so that you're not ecstatic or freed of anxiety, or you're exactly who you were before this started happening, with all your neuroses, fears, doubts, and you're saying, is this all right? Am I going to be okay? How long is it going to last? So forth and so on. But the point I wanted to make, that I got started on a few minutes ago, is after many of these exposures to this, I have realized, and I think I'm right, that this environment into which you are catapulted, bizarre as it is someone very strange. It's their idea of a reassuring environment for a human being. They are so marvelous to you because you've never seen anything like it. But on the other hand, you've just been born into this world. And and this is why I think perhaps it is a bardo. Perhaps it is an after-death, I don't know if maternity ward is quite the phrase, but it's where you start your existence in this other dimension. But in the same way that a baby lying in a bassinet in a maternity ward could hardly conceive of growing up to drive Ferraris, collect art, and crush the competition, you lying there in this nursery, in this playpen, how can you extrapolate what lies beyond that space? Because clearly the entire space has been prepared for baby, and you're the baby. So you can't figure out, is this the entirety of this universe, or how far does it extend? And I suspect that when you die, this is what you get, and that familiarity with the after-death vehicle, that DMT actually is a thanatoptic compound, and that this trip is you are peeking over the edge into eternity. And, questions you never thought you would have answers to are answered. Just, is there life after death? You bet. Next question. On that note, let's go to dinner. Thank you.
I was wondering if you thought that, have you always been a knowledge junkie, or have psychedelics increased your enthusiasm for learning or capacity for it?
I've always been sort of a knowledge freak. I mean, I was a very weird kid. I knew I was weird when it was happening, but now that I have a 15-year-old son and watch how he does it, I realized how absolutely weird I was and how alarming I must have been to my parents. And I was not socially adaptable at all because I had bad eyes and poor coordination, and I was very easily intimidated. And the story of my early schooling was in a town of only 1,200 people, I was able to find 1,700 different ways to get from school to my house in order to avoid being pounced upon by roving cannibal bands of my peers who had sworn to get me, and they never got me. It was astonishing. And No, this was some cow town in western Colorado. And the other thing I discovered early on, and maybe this is too psychotherapeutic to waste time on, was that I could hold them at bay with story. And essentially I became like the king's jester, I became, and then I could hang out with these lumbering, lumpen people because I was always willing to verbally outrage and say crazy things. I mean, like one of my things that really got me a lot of points with the tough guys was I could stand up in class and very rapidly speak sentences into which I could occasionally drop obscenities, but you just couldn't quite hear it. But the kids could hear it, but the teacher couldn't, and it was this... So that was my scene. But in terms of the relationship to knowledge, I love, it's what William Blake said, He said, attend the minute particulars. And that's what's interesting, I think, is the details of the distinctions among things. I mean, that's why I was a butterfly collector, an art historian, a Tibetan art hound, a rainforest botany person, because what it's all about is the incredible variety of morphological expression in the world. Now, I suppose a Buddhist would recognize this as a serious samsaric hang-up, that I love the texture of the apparent visible world. It's funny that you asked this question because in my morning meditation this morning, I had this image of a work of art, which many of you know, I'm sure. It's Dürer's etching of Melancholia, and it shows an angel in the foreground, and she has the instruments of geometry, and there are zoological collections and maps spread out, and a orrery of the solar system, and she's holding her head, and this strange geometric form is beside her. Well, I've put a lot of study into this geometric form and tracing its history and so forth, but that wasn't what caught my attention in the meditation this morning. It was that I realized, or I recalled, that someone had said that this might be a medically accurate portrayal of migraine, and perhaps the earliest, because Dürer was interested in pathology. And then I got the thing for the first time, which was that the angel has a headache because of the proliferation of this technological artifactoria of all sorts that is spread around. And it's this amazing picture of historical exhaustion. I don't know how I got off onto that. But anyway, this thing about complexity and appearances, I think the way to get into reality is by running the edges, as I've said. And for me, the entry drug was science fiction, definitely, because that permitted anything. I suddenly got the idea, the imagination sets the parameters. If it will work in your head, that's good enough. You don't have to go further than that. You can build machines, societies, organisms, relationships in your head. And if when you run it, the gears turn and the wheels go and it works, then that's it. It works. You don't have to go further than that. And, well, it sort of is working here. I mean, I'm amazed at what I'm seeing happening. I mean, I have the feeling that we're just calling it into existence, that it's working. You know, just don't drop the ball, don't jinx it, nobody say too much, but it's turning. I can feel it. I mean, it's like turning a battleship with a canoe, but it's turning, and it's enormous, so it's very hard to deflect its momentum. Nevertheless, by holding this point of view, somehow it's working. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, I wouldn't have believed it possible. It is that the world is made of language, and it is that by a certain act of contained concentration, if you are with the Tao, it begins to shed its secret, or it begins to open ahead of you. What's that thing by W.H. Auden about a glacier rattles in the cupboard, the desert sighs in the bed, and the crack in the teacup opens a door to the land of the dead. It's that, it is a linguistic structure. You can decondition yourself sufficiently to actually step outside the cultural illusion. It's a breathtaking possibility because nobody knows what's outside the cultural illusion. I mean, Plato got it right. We are chained in a cave watching the flickering shadows of something. But life taken with sufficient seriousness and pushed hard enough at the edges, then this stuff will give itself up to you. And it isn't about belief. It isn't about commitment to guru or dogma or method. It's about observational integrity. It's about witnessing and some kind of primacy of self. In other words, you have to believe that you can tell shit from shinola. And when you say it's shit and they tell you it's shinola, you have to vote with your own side, And it's very interesting. the world is like a labyrinth, or as I said yesterday, it will be mastered by a feat of understanding somehow. It's like a riddle. Yeah.
Can you give some advice on how to avoid the pitfalls of mushrooms, the danger of mushrooms? The supply is irregular for those of us who don't have our own botanical garden. From time to time, there are just physical problems. Is there anything practical that you could share?
Yeah, well, the very best thing is to grow them. And this is not as difficult as it's been made out to be. And, the dedication of half of a small closet will get you, your friends, and their friends absolutely smashed. And the other thing is, I'm serious about urging it. It may sound exotic, but if you want to meet the alien and have a relationship with something very strange that loves you, but that is very, a lot different from a house cat, you should grow this stuff. First of all, it's white as the driven snow. Melvillian associations aside, there's something to be said for this. And then it will take rye, which you buy in a health food store for $17 per 100-pound sack, and it will take rye and it will convert it with a 12% efficiency to dried mushrooms. 12% efficiency to dried mushrooms. This thing is like, it just wants to enslave itself to you. It will work like a dog. I've never seen anything like it. And it promotes virtues such as cleanliness, the primary virtue in Western civilization, attention to detail, awareness of scheduling, all these grounding qualities. And then at the end, it will deliver to you, the alien body of the higher and hidden unspeakable. And I suppose I should say that my brother and I wrote a book about how to do this, which is around. It's not under the name McKenna. We did it pseudonymously. It's called Psilocybin, the Magic Mushroom Grower's Guide. But literally, if you want to turn your life into pure science fiction, this is the way to do it, because then you have it, and it's not the dried stuff that's rubbery that only works half the time that costs an arm and a leg. It's the living quintessence of the thing. And my Lord, from that point, you are your own Magellan, and need take lessons from nobody, because the universe that it opens up to you is so large that really you can be confident you'll see things nobody's ever seen before or will ever see again. And technically, it's not that difficult. It's at the level of a hobby. It's a little trickier than canning jam. It's up there with growing sprouts in little trays or culturing yogurt or something like that. Yeah.
Can you maybe say a couple of words also about DMT and what sort of situation? I haven't had it before, and just as a first time, how to set it up, and maybe some ideas on where to...
Well, DMT is, regrettably very rare and hard to get. I did notice that the last issue of a magazine called Psychedelic Illuminations that's published in Southern California, that you can probably get at the Phoenix or the Bodhi Tree, published the recipe, published 4 pages of chem abstract saying, just in case you were wondering. An interesting phenomenon is going on, which is, we haven't talked about this much this weekend, but briefly it goes like this. As many of you probably know, there is a South American hallucinogen called ayahuasca that is orally activated DMT, and it's orally active because it's complexed with a monoamine oxidase inhibitor, in this case harmine, which comes from a large South American vine called Banisteriopsis capi. Well, hardcore plant psychedelicos all over North America have begun to realize then that this formula, DMT-containing plant plus MAO inhibiting plant, boiled together, concentrated, gives you some kind of pseudo-ayahuasca. And people are experimenting furiously and, producing ghastly brews and amazing stories, and in some cases, actually getting it right. What seems most promising is it was just discovered. Now, here's an example of ethnobotanical progress. It was just discovered about 2.5 years ago that a plant in the American Midwest called Desmanthus illinoisensis, the Illinois bundleweed, a plant that has no particular folk history or anything, it's just a problem plant on the prairie, has more DMT in the root bark than any plant ever measured on this planet. And no history of human usage, although to me it's suggestive that it's called bundleweed because that suggests medicine bundle. But maybe that's just coincidence. Anyway, the Indians claim they don't know from it. Well, you can take that plant and scrape the root bark, and then there is another plant that grows widely in the American West, and the seeds of which are sold in Iranian markets all over the country as incense, a plant called Pagaman harmala, the giant Syrian rue, and it contains not harmine, but harmaline, which actually is a more hallucinogenic cogener than harmine. So what people are doing is they're taking Pagaman harmala and shredding it and boiling it with Desmanthus illinoisensis root bark, and they're producing a North American analog to ayahuasca that works. And this is a very interesting development on many levels because it means people are essentially concocting their own unique, personalized brews. It also means that probably Pagaman harmala, which I'm not kidding, in these Iranian markets they call it hermal, and for $6 they'll sell you a pound of it, which has enough harmaline in it to flatten your entire apartment house. Pagaman harmala, as a source of this MAO inhibiting harmaline, can probably be used to activate all of the DMT containing plants in the flora of North America, and there are many. There are, first of all, a whole family of grasses, the phalaris grasses, Phalaris arundinacea, I can't remember, several others. They cause staggers in sheep and are identifiable grasses. There are a number of species of acacia. Acacia confusa contains DMT. There's a plant out in the Central Valley of California that clogs the locks, the canal system, that they spend millions of dollars dredging and piling up mountains of this stuff. The root bark of that, Arundodonax, it contains DMT. So people are out there scrambling, and if you were of a witchy turn of mind, this is something to fiddle around with. There's nothing more satisfying than finding your way to that moment where in your head, it begins to glitter and you realize, it's here, it worked. Theory and practice in perfect concert has delivered outrage. So that's a possibility, yes.
They're saying that life on Earth started a lot earlier than they thought. They thought it started like 6 billion years after the Earth stabilized, when it was only like something like 400 million years. And that it was very possibly, one of the ideas they have is that it was started by spores from outer space.
Yes. Eventually, you see, this is what I said, that they will come to us, because, that is that's almost like a freebie. because it is, all you have to do is like just wake up for a moment and realize that, of course, space is not an impermeable barrier to life. I mean, it's a tough barrier, but I've been in the Seychelles and in the Hawaiian Islands. These are mid-ocean islands that have been populated by life that has drifted in there. And when you think about the fact that a single Stropharia cubensis mushroom in the sporulation phase, which can last up to 3 weeks, sheds 3 million spores per minute for 3 weeks. One mushroom. One mushroom. So, and then you have, the dynamics of the atmosphere. They pick up off the Antarctic ice shelf chunks of Mars half the size of your head. This is now established that an asteroidal impact on Mars ejected material into Martian orbit that eventually percolated into Earth orbit. And now the way meteorites are prospected for is they eventually put it together that on the Antarctic ice shelf, where the wind is blowing 150 miles an hour most of the year and cutting the ice away, that you could fly, and there's no land. What you eventually would get to is the Antarctic Sea, that you can fly over those ice shelves in helicopters with high-powered binoculars, and any black spot is a meteorite or an asteroid fragment, because what the hell else could it be, And they've like tripled the world's inventory of meteoric material in the last 5 years through this prospecting technique. They have found a whole box full, like 20 different specimens that they are confident are lunar material, ejecta from cometary impact on the moon, but 2 strong candidates for Martian origin. And we're talking about fist-sized donies, So the notion that the percolation of spores and biological material is not possible, I think it will be concluded probably fairly shortly that life originated who knows where and has been percolating out through the universe for a long, long time.
Where do you see the place of cannabis in consciousness evolution or whatever? I mean, on the one hand, it's obviously doing something like that, but on the other hand, kids do it before they do a drive-by shooting in LA, and also address maybe the notorious effect on memory. You mentioned that you sometimes do cannabis when you're doing mushrooms. And my experience is that I don't bring back as much information that I remember when I mix the two together. I just want to hear your comments about that.
Yes, well, it's worth talking about cannabis. I don't think I would be who I am if it weren't for cannabis. And it hasn't particularly affected my memory. I'm actually the most on a lifetime scale, the person most devoted to cannabis that I've ever known is myself. I mean, when I lived in Asia, I used to set my alarm for 2 a.m. to smoke because I couldn't go from midnight to 5. And, people thought I was bananas. In terms of its deleterious effect, I mean, I think it's pretty on a scale of the other major drugs of commerce, which would be alcohol, tobacco, and white sugar. I think it comes off as in the best position. I sort of think of it as, going back to this partnership model about mushrooms in Africa, that when that all dried up and those people were moved into the Middle East, and there had been previous waves of migration out of Africa that had established populations in Central Asia. This is why you have like Peking man and Java man. Those are earlier remnants of earlier migrations. Cannabis botanically originated north of the Himalayas on the plains of Central Asia. And I think it probably is the best substitute for mushrooms on the cultural level. It's interesting. See, it was early on. It's one of the oldest domesticated plants. It was early on associated with cordage and fiber. And it's strange that all the words that associate to narrative are also words about weaving. I mean, you weave a story. You unravel a yarn. You, unthread a situation. You untangle a situation. The parallelism is very old in all European languages, this association between narrative and fiber, which means hemp. So I sort of see it as the pilot light of Gaian consciousness that was kept going. Now, what people always say to shoot this down is they say, well, but Islam tolerates cannabis, and Islam is hardly the pilot light of Gaian consciousness. Yeah, I mean, it isn't actually that Islam tolerates cannabis, it's that the Quran expressly forbids alcohol, and then that leaves you to sort it out from there. I certainly think cannabis should be legalized, and that if every serious alcoholic were encouraged to be a pothead and other drug abusers encouraged toward pot, the problem with pot from a societal point of view is that it is psychedelic enough that, like all psychedelics, it erodes loyalty to cultural values. Meaning, this is the bullshit effect, you just, people say, why don't you get a job? Bullshit, why should I? I don't see it implicated in violence. I mean, I think if anything, probably cannabis in ghettos is holding down violence as a drug, but probably promoting violence as an item of commerce, and that is because of chuckle-headed laws. I mean, I'm absolutely convinced that the way to solve the drug problem is to remove the profit motive. That's so obvious that it's baffling to me. And society is so schizophrenic on this topic. I mean, the most dangerous drugs are alcohol and tobacco, both fully established in the engines of commerce. It's a bizarre situation, and largely driven by the agenda of Christian fundamentalism in collusion with criminal syndicalists who see this as an opportunity for enormous profit, and cynicism all the way along. Yeah.
Yeah, but I do find that, I can't smoke a lot of pot because it just, unfortunately, I can never become addicted to any drug as much as I try. My body just doesn't tolerate it, and I've tried them all more than once. But I do find with pot, I've had friends who became potheads who, it wasn't that they betrayed commerce, they lost their ambition. And, you're very intelligent, and you've got a vision, and you're dedicated to your vision, you can pursue it. You're a little bit above most average people, or different than most average people.
Manic is what you're trying to say, yes. I understand.
But, these friends of mine, I would say, really got lost because of their addiction to pot. And so I think that there's more an issue around, it's not about drugs as much as it's about addiction and the issue of addiction.
That's right.
And how addiction is, individuals become addicted because they're avoiding certain psychological issues that they're, struggling with, that, rather than dealing with the issues, they, turn on the TV.
Well, this relates to this larger model we talked about of time, of the war between habit and novelty. The thing that offends people about drugs, and if it doesn't offend you, there's, I think, something wrong with your value system, is to observe unconscious, repetitious, self-destructive behavior. If that means betting on the ponies, or chasing hookers, or shooting junk, or making bad investments, or always blowing your stack with your friends, whatever it is, repetitious self-destructive behavior triggers disgust in the rest of the gang. And drugs, for instance, heroin and tobacco are interesting examples because both, they are probably tied for their addictive ability. And yet, to shoot heroin, I mean, people just turn away aghast. It's like you're the lowest of the low. Cigarette smoking, until very recently, was tolerated everywhere. Now, what is the difference here? The person smoking the cigarette, we know that tobacco is tremendously destructive. That's beyond argument. Heroin, on the other hand, if you shoot with clean needles and have a steady supply, in other words, if you're not putting in social factors, my God, these junkies live forever. They just pickle themselves and live forever, and they don't get sick. So then why is it that society is so abhorrent of heroin addiction and so accepting of tobacco addiction? The answer is the presentation of the intoxication. When you shoot heroin, first of all, you become very agitated and follow people around raving at them, and then if you're an addict, and then you nod. And so you drool and your face falls in your plate and your friends have to put you to bed. Tobacco, on the other hand, you can maintain. There is no dramatic sequela of symptoms to betray that, you're completely jacked up and twisted around and self-poisoned with this. But there you are at your desk, working efficiently, making phone calls, making money, keeping it all together. So it's the presentation. Then the other thing to say about drugs is that, like everything else about us, but even more so, drugs are subject to the your genetic heritage of drug receptors. And so it's not the same for everybody, or even close to the same. I mean, the range of response to drugs can be over several orders of magnitude and can vary throughout your life. So, the fact that I can smoke endless amounts of cannabis and still produce and function, it just means that I can. I see people, alcoholics who drink. I mean, if I have more than a drink and a half, I have headaches and I pay my dues. And, to watch somebody go down on a fifth of Stolichnaya, you just realize, this person is a Martian, metabolically speaking. I mean, it would just kill me to do that. So this has to do with tolerances and the way the organism can accommodate itself to toxins. But then below that, at bedrock, it actually has to do with genetic proclivities, yeah.
With regard to back to cannabis as a hallucinogen, is there a difference in your experience in smoking versus ingesting it, eating?
Well, that's a good point. See, hashish, or the way cannabis entered the West, was as hashish, which was eaten in the 19th century. And if you read the accounts by 19th century savants who ate large amounts of hashish, it will convince you, that it was the LSD of the 1870s. I mean, these are mad intoxications that they are describing. It's not sitting around, seeing the wallpaper move. And
So they had more hallucinogen properties.
Well, they were eating it.
Why did cookies and brownies, LSD topaz brownies, why did that lose fashion? Is there a danger in it?
No, I think when pot went from $15 a lid to $475, people stopped cooking with it. But let me say this about eating hashish. If you're going to do this, I recommend that you eat Lebanese hash if you can, because you see, Lebanese hash is made in a way that people don't really touch it, in the same way that charas is made in India by people whose hands may not be so clean, and you're going to take a hit essentially of the ambient bacterial population of the village of Hamarubitsar, and your guts will go completely berserk. This is one argument for baking it in a cookie, is to get the pathogens at least smacked down a bit. But if you've never read Fitzhugh Ludlow's book, The Hashish Eater, Confessions of a Hashish Eater, it's hilarious. I mean, here it is. It's 1852, and he's at Union College in Riverdale, New York. He's been invited to the dean's tea, and he's just taken this massive hit of cannabis jelly before arriving at the tea, and he says something like, when the umbrellas protruding from the Oriental umbrella stand turned into gargoyles, I knew that I must excuse myself, lest I run the risk of betraying my condition. Meaning, I'm too loaded, I've got to get out of here. Let me say one more thing about this. There's a wonderful book called Shaman Woman Mainline Lady that is writings by women about drugs. And if you want to read something that just will make you roll on the floor with laughter, it's Louisa May Alcott's account of a picnic she and her friends went on with a doctor, somebody or other, and it's just the most insane thing. I mean, it's these incredibly pretentious Victorian femmes with this doctor by this river in the English countryside, and it's Lil and Nell and Dolly says, "Oh, doctor, we're so exhausted with canasta. Surely you have some new little divertissement that you can share with us." And he says, "Well, Dolly, I do have this little case of the best Moroccan hashish bonbons from Paris." And they say, "Oh," and then it's madness. I mean, it's just the most extraordinary thing. Yes.
Does cannabis work on the brain neurochemically? Does it stop?
It's not very well understood. There is a receptor, but cannabis is not an alkaloid. Cannabis is technically a polyhydric alcohol, which makes it a chemically unique type. It's also botanically unique. Cannabis, it's what's called a monotypic genus. In other words, these three species, Ruderalis, sativa, and indica, which are all obviously speciated within historical time and can, by chromosomal studies, be shown to be all derivative of Russula, the Central Asian wild type, it has no near relatives. And so it's unique, and it's not well understood. As far as somebody asked about using it psychedelically, I think that the real, and I can't say I do this because I need it for other reasons, but in terms of the pure psychedelic issue, the way to do cannabis is once a week, in silent darkness, alone, with the best stuff you can get, and then just, do as much of it as you can possibly do in as short a time and sit with it. You will every single time be absolutely torn to pieces by it, I mean, it is just astonishing. The problem is that people get into it, myself included, for other reasons than that hallucinogenic flash. But that would really be the ideal way. And also it would prove you were a person of great rectitude and self-control if you could do that. Yeah.
In one of your books, you mentioned the idea of a nostalgia for paradise as part of perhaps the collective unconscious, and maybe that was formed during the psilocybin paradise period. Do you see in 2012 us having to abandon that, or will it be fulfilled by the...
Well, this phrase, nostalgia for paradise, I don't know who invented it. When I first encountered it in Merciliad's book, Cosmos and History, which if you've never read this book, it's a little book. It was one of the most influential books on my thinking because I saw there a whole different way of talking about spiritual reality. But I disagree with Iliad that it is simply a attitude in the human mind. I really think there was a fall, and that this is a diminished condition, and that there was some kind of cohesion that we do have this nostalgia for. That's why I think our whole relationship to drugs is all about the fact that, I mean, look here, here's the metaphor. We're like the children of an abused relationship. Something was taken from us 15,000 years ago. It was the thing which kept us in balance with each other, with the earth. It kept us in our imaginations, in the poetic world of natural magic. And then it was taken from us. And it was a big downer. And life turned into history and warfare and subjugation and classism and all of these things. And the thing that was taken from us was this intoxication. And so then we moved on to alcohol, to money, to opium, because that was very big in the Minoan phase. I mean, opium had a huge influence on Minoan civilization. And all of these things, an effort to scratch an itch that you can never quite reach. But in the meantime, all kinds of addictions, wars, criminal syndicates, horrible things go on. Now, in the 20th century, through the science of anthropology, a complete inventory, essentially, is taken of the world's intoxicating possibilities. It's part of a complete inventory of the world's people, languages, technologies, belief systems that characterizes anthropology. But there it is. In 1953, Gordon Wasson returns from the village of Huatla de Jimenez in the Sierra Mazateca, and he has the body of Eros, pickled in a jar, lost since the fall of Minoan Crete, but suddenly restored. And then nobody knows what to make of it, and the CIA looks at it, and Hoffman looks at it, and now it is found, I think. And I don't know if it comes too late, or if the final irony is that we learn what it was all about, but nevertheless have to succumb to the momentum of our own stupidity. In other words, it's some kind of Greek drama where you have this horrible realization and fully understand the whole bit, but you're doomed anyway just because it makes for better theater. Or whether it is the preferred, the happy ending of the Christian eschaton. What the 9th century's best tools were for cognizing these kinds of matters were scholastic theology. And I've been accused of that, So what scholastic theology says is that there is something called the nunc stans, the eternal now. And that somehow, this all goes back to this wonderful thing which Plato said. Plato said time is the moving image of eternity. And my notion of what this is all about is that the time wave we looked at last night is eternity. It's the fractal structure of the temporal module viewed from a higher dimension. And then time is the traversing of that thing. The nature of the singularity is hard to anticipate. If you use the old fractal principle of ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny, do you all understand what that means? It's the phenomenon of that a fetus as it develops, ontogeny, recapitulates the evolutionary history of life on the earth. That's phylogeny. In other words, the fetus is first a little kind of a thing, an amoeboid mass of cells, and then it becomes sort of like a salamander, and then it becomes like a primitive mammal, and so forth and so on. Well, using that principle to try and anticipate the end state seems legitimate in the fractal, under the fractal dispensation. However, it leads to the conclusion that when you look at an organism, what happens to all organisms is that they die. So then that leaves you with the conclusion that what happens at the end date of the whole enchilada is the equivalent of some kind of mass dying. Well, then that really doesn't tell you much, because we don't know what dying is, you know. We don't know whether that means that how can the ultimate novelty be complete extinction? It must be then that we have to overcome, as positivists, our phobia against this area of speculation previously presided over by beady-eyed priests, and actually take it back and say that in the mysteries of metabolism and morphology, it is perhaps now necessary to entertain the idea that death is not a nihilistic release into non-entity, and that instead the shamanic model is correct, and that biological life is a sojourn into matter, and that at death, you know, you do go to some incomprehensible unfoldment, only the first moments of which can be made sense of. Because I really think the DMT thing is like bungee cording into the bardo. You know, I mean, there you go, and then just as it jerks you back, and so you get that much of a look into the yawning grave. And I take it as it's strange, yes, but surely reason for hope and optimism. How much of oneself, whatever that means, is going to be carried over, I don't know, but it looks to me like probably not much. But what lies ahead is, well, to quote Bilbo Baggins, the greatest adventure still lies ahead. I'm pretty convinced of that, which surprises me, because I'm a cynic, and you know, I'm not easily swept into optimism.
Well, you just had a great little pre-echo. Your analogy with scholastic theology lets us know what is going to be the defining event of 2012. The collected works of Terence McKenna are published under the title Summa Mycologica.
I'll take it. Yeah.
What cautions and reservations do you advocate in like this dance with Kali? And I mean, we talk about the revival of the and sometimes I wonder if we remember what we're talking about, or that in this possible great ecstasy there lies many horrors.
Some danger.
Yeah, I guess I'm conscious. I'm constantly asking that question as I've taken a 4.5-year break from drugs and moving back in that direction, and having consumed some mushrooms recently, and wanting to, like, in this revival of the use of these substances, I feel like a need to be absolutely reverent and to be sensitive to what I'm doing. That's what I'm saying.
Well, the danger, I mean, as I see it, and I feel it very strongly, and the danger is, just to put it out there, is madness. I mean, we talk about stretching the envelope, we talk about running the edge, but you don't want to rip the envelope. You don't want to island yourself in a situation where nobody can make sense out of what you're saying. And yet, that's the game we play, is always pushing. So what you said about reverence and absolute impeccability of attitude, and also I think it's very important to be physically together. You know, I mean, it's important to be physically together anyway. I go to a gym 3 days a week, and I think of it as preparation for psychedelic voyaging, because if your body is a clean instrument, you can do it. The other thing is technique. I mean, in the psychedelic state, if there are problems, there are techniques to deal with them. The best technique, and Western people don't naturally gravitate toward this, but if you get into a place you don't like on a psychedelic, sing. You must sing. Most people's tendency is to clench. This is very bad because it can just grind you to nothing. What you have to do is you have to sit up and you have to sing, and it doesn't really matter what you sing. You will find the song. I mean, start out with row, row, row your boat and go from there. And the other thing is, you know, the real issue I find in myself is surrender. That it's all very fine to sit here getting paid dollars per minute extolling this stuff, but boy, is it different to do it. You know, you can talk all you want, but the thing is so, I don't know if scary is the word, but it's so total what happens, and you're so vulnerable, and you know that if there is any flaw in your approach or attitude, that flaw will be magnified by the stress of the thing and become highly problematic. So it's all about asking the question, you know, am I ready? Now this is not how beginners approach it, nor should they. It's incredibly forgiving of first, second, and third timers. But as it takes you in, what it gives is a certain measure of, for want of a better word, let's call it power. And the payback on that existential validity would be another way of calling it rather than power. The payback on that existential validity is that you have to be okay. And, you know, maybe it's my Catholic upbringing or something, but one cannot do the examination of conscience carefully enough because there's always flaw. So it's about, you know, staying right with it. It teaches the right way to live and also surrender. That's why I don't ever have an agenda. I regard having an agenda as essentially aspiring to be a magician of some sort. And I don't. I want to witness it. I am perfectly content to be present at the miracle. I don't want to do the miracle, and I don't want the miracle to be done to me. I just want to be there. Frank Herbert, in his book Dune, said something which over the years I've found, though it sounds flimsy to say, it actually works. Some of you may recall that in that book, they had this drug called Stroon, and it did pull you out through time. It was not just a drug. It revealed, like I'm saying psilocybin and DMT do, the real structure of reality. And in there, they discuss what do you do about the fear that comes with the gigantic, awesome dimensions of this vision. And he says, or someone tells the main character, fear is like a wind, and it blows through the mind. And what you must do is you must wait. And it cannot sustain itself unless you give it an object. And this is actually true, I found, that fear, whatever it is cognitively, physiologically, it's a chemical wave of release of adrenaline. And what you do is you just sit and watch it come like a bell curve and then recede. and then you're still on the surface of the ocean, and the power of it has been defeated. But if you give it any object to cling to, it will break white water, and then the chaos will overwhelm you. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I was wondering if you could talk about the difference between psilocybin and ayahuasca experiences. I'm particularly interested. I heard you talk once about how the value of those value is, for instance, the psilocybin experience in a more technological and get ready to depart the planet type of value, whereas ayahuasca is more save the planet.
Feminine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, somebody once said to me after they took a mushroom trip, they said, I don't think I'll do that anymore. And I said, why not? And they said, because I'm not interested in insects that drive spaceships. Which sums up psilocybin pretty well. Psilocybin is Apollonian and hortatory and grandiose, and it's interesting that they have these personalities. I mean, psilocybin is kind of megalomaniac. I mean, it says history is ending, prepare for the departure, the crisis of the species is upon us, cosmic forces are intersecting, machines the size of Manitoba will be involved, and it's all about, mankind prepare to depart for the higher orders of the galactarian hegemony, and this whole thing like that. And ayahuasca is all about how rivers flow and family lines intersect, and what is in the river, and what is in the mind of the woman, and it's like this very sensual telepathic gas which spreads out when you're in the rainforest and brings you into connection with everything. It's also, it doesn't speak. It becomes like the eye of a camera. Its language is entirely a visual language. It never speaks. It just shows you, showing. After a good ayahuasca trip, you feel like your eyes are falling out. I mean, you have been literally looking with full attention for hours at this stuff, with this, this sense of it being distanced from you somehow. No, it's a little puzzling because DMT is the psilocybin in the metabolic pathway doesn't actually become DMT, but it's about as close as it could possibly be. So the difference is quite startling. And then DMT, when smoked, not when taken in the ayahuasca situation where you get what I just described, but when smoked, like it trumps the psilocybin. It goes so far beyond it because it carries you into the part where you can't understand. The other one, the psilocybin, communicates at least in human terms. I mean, apocalyptically, mega-technically, through these science fiction metaphors and so forth. But the DMT flash goes beyond that, and you say, this is truly the presence of an alien mind. This is not being filtered for my consumption at all. This is absolutely just off the wall, whatever it is. Yeah. That's right. So it's puzzling that the route of administration and the complexing with the MAO inhibitors gives it these different psychological tones, because I think almost everybody who's experienced these things would agree with what I said about these aspects of the personalities of the substances. No, LSD is different. LSD is like psychoanalytical Drano. It's not a personality. It's you mean the morning glory seeds? And I've only taken those things 5 or 6 times in my life, and all in my youth. And I remember the visions. I remember the hallucinations. Once on Hawaiian woodrose, on Argyria nervosa, I entered into an entire world based on the theme of the sea urchin. And I was in these cathedral-like vaulted spaces, which were the insides of sea urchins. And then there was this coach that was pulled by these very strange-looking animals, and it had these nipple-like protuberances all over it, and everything was done in mauve and purple and white, and it was just sea urchin world for about 20 minutes, and then that went away.
Could you explain, and I know this gets back to a basic premise and what we've been talking about the last couple of days, but elaborate a little more on why you conclude that these hallucinations are in fact true hallucinations. In other words, why do you conclude that these elf-like entities really exist?
Well, really exist. True enough. We talked about that, didn't we? About the Wittgensteinian thing. Did we? Yes. They're true enough because they have efficacy. You see, we miss the point because we think the world is made of matter. Matter is simply a concept. The world is made of language. And since the hallucinations communicate in language, they are as real as anything else. They are helping make reality. It's crazy to think that the universe is made of quarks and mu mesons and neutrinos and stuff like that. I mean, who here has ever seen one or has even the most specious grasp of how you would go about looking for such a thing? But we get exposed to those words. The world is really made of language, of interlocking concepts. Well, so then that means that the hallucinations are real. That in that sense where Mia Farrow says in Rosemary's Baby, my God, this is actually happening, that's what needs to happen inside the psilocybin trip. We have this category called hallucination or intoxication or trance, and then we say, oh, it's only mental, and therefore it's not real. Well, I've got news for you. It's all mental, and therefore it is real. And the big news is that while we've been waiting for aliens to come in ships from the stars, we have totally overlooked the alien nature of reality around us, and that by pushing into these mental dimensions, we discover a bewildering fauna of angels, demons, helping spirits, ancestor spirits. I only speak from my own experience. So, for instance, I'm unable to pass judgment on something like voodoo or tantric invocation or something like that. But using reason, was able to confirm the existence of things that no reasonable person believes in. And, this is impressive. And it's repeatable. That's the thing I want to stress. This is not some faith or something where you have to, I don't know. It's just that it's a technology. It's a technology of ethnopharmacology.
Obviously the experience is repeatable, but what that experience means and whether it indicates some, for lack of a better phrase, objective reality separate and apart from your mind is not necessarily proven by having the experience itself.
Yes, but see, it's difficult to prove that there's any objective reality apart from your mind anyway. Yeah, I mean that, but it's not only rests on Berkeley, which is an earlier version of it, but it also rests now on quantum physics' need to include the observer into the equation. Somehow there is a something which the vectors of which are collapsed into the experience of the here and now by the observational act. And then the role of language in this, I mean, it's not easy to sort this stuff out. If you want to read an interesting book, read Despaignet's book, The Philosophical Foundations of Quantum Mechanics. This will give you something to chew on for sure. Oh, that it has no character, and by character I meant personality. I didn't mean to diss it. I just meant it doesn't organize itself around a personality the way psilocybin does. I found LSD to be like a conceptual enhancer. It was great for looking at things and for thinking about things. And but I also, and this may be my and obviously is my personal thing, I found it just physically incredibly hard on my body. I mean, my God, the next day I would lay in warm baths and try and sort it all out. And that seemed, and I was taking good LSD, I mean Sandoz LSD. So for me, when I got to psilocybin, I was just exultant. Because, see, what I had done is I'd read Huxley, then I'd gone back to Havelock Ellis, The Dance of Life, and Henri Michaud, The Miserable Miracle, and people like that. And Havelock Ellis talks about ruined buildings of great antiquity drooping with opalescent jewels and protruding from Venusian forests. And I said, that's what I'm after, you know. And LSD would never even approach that. It was much more mechanical and elusive and fast-moving. Well, then when I took psilocybin, lo and behold, it was just like Havelock Ellis, produced and directed by Havelock Ellis. And that is what I love. It may just be a prejudice of mine, but to me, the transcendental part of it is the visions. Because thoughts you can have, and even insights you can have, but to have behind your darkened eyelids a huge Technicolor movie going on for minutes and minutes, stunning in its cohesion and beauty and architectonic, triumphal. I mean, you just say, wow, this is great. Who's doing this? And the thing, if you appreciate it like that, it will say, oh, you think that's something? Look at this. And then it starts trying to impress you, and you say, yes, do it. Just take me. I'm yours. Go. Yes.
Could you say something about the information that's revealed through the drug-induced state and dreaming?
Good question. I think that perhaps dreaming is, that perhaps every night we go as deep as these psychedelic drugs take us. But there's something about, there's apparently very little short-term or long-term memory trace laid down by these experiences. I think if we would just legalize these things and turn our creative science people loose on this, what we really need is a drug that allows you to remember your dreams. That's it. And, pardon me? Well, we have the concept and we have claims, but I mean one that will work for me. Yes, that's a good point. The one argument that I feel the force of against cannabis is that it completely suppresses dreaming. Well, it's debatable. I think that because it's a boundary dissolver, that I have sort of a pressure theory of dreams, and that somehow cannabis depressurizes the dream place because you deal with this material in active fantasy. But boy, if you stop smoking, if you're a regular cannabis user and you stop smoking, within 48 hours you will have dreams that will have you on the phone to mother. I mean, and it goes on and on. I stopped smoking cannabis about 1.5 years ago for 4 months. And what finally sent me back to it is the dreams convinced me I was losing my marbles, and enough of making a point,
And it was accessible to my rational mind. It was like my rational mind was in place enough to know that I had indeed dreamt it, and that I was re-dreaming and absolutely recollecting
Really?
The last month or so.
And where were these amanitas from? Michigan. And what were the other symptoms? Like, did you feel cold?
Threw up about 10 times, but that was, was okay.
Did you hallucinate?
It was totally as though I was dreaming.
Uh-huh.
I was just absolutely immersed. I was catatonic. I mean, I did not move. Bird.
Well, that's very interesting. I mean, we didn't talk much about Amanita muscaria. Amanita muscaria is very mysterious because it is so variable over its range. It's it's seasonally variable, genetically variable, geographically variable, and so you hear once in a while an amazing Amanita story. Most Amanita stories are that it's toxic and horrible, but maybe 1 in 15 stories will be something just wonderful like this. And I'm convinced that, it has to do with some very subtle chemical equilibrium that people find and lose. And probably when Amanita shamanism was flourishing, it was a case of where you really did have to go to a master to sort out how to do it without wasting your time or poisoning yourself.
I really did initially think I was dying. I mean, I knew I was being poisoned, but it was all right. I had willfully entered into it with the sense that I wanted a death. Not a physical death per se, but I wanted to experience the Bardo.
Uh-huh.
And so it was like a willingness to be, to feel poisoned. And so, you know what I mean? It wasn't a negative thing. It was something that I had willfully sought.
And was it the muscarinic poisoning? Chills and salivation?
Yeah.
And,
But it was okay. I mean, it was just because it was as though I had accepted total responsibility, that was a willful act on my own part. And so it didn't look as, like, I would say, what is death? I mean, to me, you can look is death birth or is death? And it was as though I was participating in a birthing. I mean, it was just, I focused on that aspect of it. And so I was not merely dying, I was birthing myself. And so it didn't have the negative, I didn't get ill by it.
I understand.
And I'm sick, I'm not, it's as though another LSD trip I had just previous, a few weeks before that, was I had all these energies, just hitting me, and the idea was this voice just kept saying, pick and choose, anyone that's hit you. And so it became very apparent that you could get paranoid and just indulge in that aspect. My God, I'm dying. And
yeah, well, the ego, this is what the ego tells you as its last desperate ploy. Let me say to the group, as far as Amanita muscaria is concerned, don't try this at home, folks. I mean, it's out there on the edge of the bardo. I think, though, I hear what you're saying. If you're truly psychedelic, the difference between living and dying is quite immaterial. No pun intended.
It's a silly mistake to use the outcome almost like, do you manifest it in your mind, or are you languaging the sense this is death, I'm dying, or do you just transmute it and you say this is death, I'm being born, and you manifest the reality. As whether you are dying actually or whether you're being reborn. It's kind of almost the same thing.
Yeah, this is the issue of surrender, because boundary dissolution is interpreted by the ego as death. And if the boundary dissolution is happening rapidly or for some reason in an alarming fashion to the ego, it will pull out this explanation. And then you really have to discipline the hind brain and say, no, this is what we chose to do, this is the course we're set on, and this is the course we're sailing, because, what are you going to do? How has taking the drugs you've taken over the years affected your familial relationships and your life generally in terms of your happiness? That sort of thing. Well, it's hard to say, because you ask about a path not taken as well as a path taken. All the women I've ever been with were heads of some sort, of varying and lesser degrees. I was married for 15 years. We're separated. I don't see the drugs as a particular issue, although my wife used to complain that I spend a great deal of time sort of out of the flow of family life and loaded. But on the other hand, I remember when I was 8 and 9 years old, huge scenes with my father and my mother because they were always going off on picnics or something, and I always wanted to stay home and read. So it was exactly the same pattern before drugs appeared in my life. I've always been, I like to do things by myself a lot. I think cannabis for me was really a turning point. I remember the first time I smoked cannabis and I realized, I can be a normal person with this stuff. I can self-medicate myself and I can stop being this incredibly hyperactive, nervous, yammering, skinny, bespectacled, Ichabod-like creature that I was. And then, I don't know, I leave it to you to judge the result, but my impression was that it helped with that, and it helped with my social relations, because I was always so alienated and peculiar. But my life has been so totally about drugs that I can't imagine it any other way. One of the things that most horrified me when I stopped smoking cannabis, and I had always said it about cannabis, was you worry. You worry. People who don't smoke cannabis worry. Now, they would say that they're tending to business and that that's part of being an adult. But most worry is superfluous and preposterous. And, if I don't smoke pot for a week, I become very attentive to stuff like balancing my checkbook, receipts, get deeply into receipts, and just all this weird stuff, and I start thinking, is my medical insurance paid up, or I should prepay my taxes, and all this kind of thing. Now, I suppose to go too far in the other direction, you would just be a complete space case. But my life seems to function very well, and people say I have an abnormally neat apartment, so I don't think I'm letting down too much. But anxiety is a very dubious thing, I think, and anything that assuages that, as long as it doesn't sedate you, is probably a pretty good thing. Your presence makes me think it's not as eccentric as it probably actually is. So I appreciate your contributing to my own delusional state. I hope you found this information interesting. Avoid gurus, follow plants. It's like Van Morrison says, no guru, no method, no teacher. Just you and me and Mother Nature in the garden, wet with rain. So thank you very much.